Chapter 2655. At that moment, everyone began to flee in horror. The middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing were stunned as they turned to look at those people. Wu Baixing smiled. "Master, this Wang Chuan is quite smart. He thought that we would kill him. Smart people usually don't live long." The middle-aged man in black smiled. "That's true. Take Qin Feiyang for example. In the end, both his soul and body were destroyed." Wu Baixing nodded. "You're wrong. Qin Feiyang is not really smart. He thinks he is." The middle-aged man in black laughed. Clang. Divine power surged and the million battle sword appeared out of nowhere. Heaven punishment sword formation. True enough. He wanted to kill them. As soon as the million battle sword appeared, it covered the entire sky and its terrifying sharpness shrouded everyone. "All of you, go to hell." The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly. Clang! At that moment, the heaven punishment sword formation suddenly fell and charged toward Wang Chuan and the group. "Quick, block it!" Someone roared. Tens of thousands of people tried their best to attack the heaven punishment sword formation. However, it was useless. Whether it was the deity arts, divine artifacts, or fighting souls, they were like dead wood under the heaven punishment sword formation, unable to withstand a single blow. Screams could be heard. The million battle sword was like a ruthless god of death, crazily slaughtering them. In just a few seconds. Except for Wang Chuan and a group of perfected Nine Heavens realm who were still struggling desperately, everyone had died. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. Flesh and blood covered the ground. That bloody scene was like Azura purgatory. It was a ghastly sight. But to this, be it the middle-aged man in black or Wu Baixing, they did not have any emotional fluctuations. They were like two cold-blooded creatures. "Don't kill us." They promised that they won't tell Yi Zhong. "Please believe us." Wang Chuan and the rest were also in despair. The middle-aged man in black shook his head and said, "I only believe that the dead will not speak." The million battle sword charged forward crazily. Accompanied by shrill screams, a group of perfected Nine Heavens realm also died one after another. "It's all my fault. Li Bu told me to be careful of him, but Li Yu was filled with regret. If he had been careful in advance, how could he have fallen to such a state?" Do you really think he is Li Bu'er? "No. He is Qin Feiyang." Wu Baixing laughed loudly. "What? Li Bu'er is Qin Feiyang?" Wang Chuan and Li Yu's eyes trembled. "Are you surprised?" Qin Feiyang, whom the dragons view as their mortal enemy, not only infiltrated the Dragon God Temple, he even became Yi Zhong's disciple? Wu Baixing sneered. "This is impossible. How could Li Bu'er be Qin Feiyang?" Li Yu shook his head. "You still don't believe me?" As expected, he is so stupid that no medicine can save him. "But it doesn't matter. You're all going to die anyway." Wu Baixing laughed. The heavenly punishment sword formation was like a terrifying meat grinder. In just a few breaths, Wang Chuan and the others also died one after another. There was no longer a living person in this place. There were only corpses and broken arms all over the ground. The strong smell of blood was nauseating. "Hey! Aren't you guys happy too early?" However, at this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. Following closely, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. In the next moment, a loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. This voice, Wu Baichuan and the black-clothed middle-aged man were stunned. They suddenly looked up and saw a white-clothed young man standing in the void above. That face, that figure, wasn't it Qin Feiyang? And it was Qin Feiyang who had restored his true appearance. Qin Feiyang was now at the peak of the ninth heaven realm. This was naturally the credit of the rising dragon art and the heavenly dust divine pill. Moreover, a blood dragon was suspended behind Qin Feiyang. Purple gold dragon soul. Moreover, the dragon soul's forehead had already split open and a third eye appeared. Clang. A heavenly punishment sword formation appeared. The million battle sword was above Qin Feiyang's head, exuding a world-destroying sharpness. All of this was said to be slow, but the entire process only took a breath. Why didn't he die? The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing's faces were full of disbelief. Previously, they clearly saw with their own eyes that Qin Feiyang was killed by the god-punishing sword formation and the scorching sun. Was this the soul of the dead coming to take their lives? With your little brains, you dare to play tricks with me? You guys also come and taste the power of this heavenly punishment sword formation. Qin Feiyang laughed sarcastically. The heavenly punishment sword formation instantly descended and blasted towards the two of them. The two of them had yet to recover from their shock. When the heavenly punishment sword formation fell, the two of them were immediately covered in blood and flesh, dripping with blood. A battle sword directly cut off Wu Baixing's arm. The iron box in his hand immediately fell down. "Master, save me." The sharp pain immediately made Wu Baixing tremble, and he hurriedly shouted. The middle-aged man in black also suddenly recovered and grabbed Wu Baixing, protecting him behind him. Following closely, he controlled the heavenly punishment sword formation and attacked the heavenly punishment sword formation that Qin Feiyang had replicated. Clang! The million battle swords on both sides were crazily fighting with each other. But at the same time, a blood-red beast shadow swept across the ground below, and the metal box immediately disappeared. "Leave the iron box." Wu Baixing noticed the beast and immediately shouted. "There's someone else?" The middle-aged man in black was shocked. He looked down and saw that the beast was actually a unicorn. "Damn it, a beast actually took advantage of us. I'll kill Qin Feiyang, you go and kill it." The middle-aged man in black was furious and shouted at Wu Baixing. Wu Baixing nodded. Although he had lost an arm, he was still confident in dealing with a beast. "Kill me? 2 dregs." The unicorn smiled disdainfully. Its 4 hooves took a mysterious step and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang like lightning. "What? They're in cahoots." Looking at this scene, the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing were stunned. "You're allowed to collude with each other, but we're not allowed to do the same?" The unicorn sneered. "Colluding with each other?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "Do you know how to talk? Colluding with each other and colluding with each other are derogatory meanings. You should say that we're working together." "It's the same meaning." The unicorn smiled embarrassedly. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang stared at it angrily. How could it be the same meaning? Following closely, Qin Feiyang jumped on the back of the unicorn and waved to the middle-aged man in black and said with a smile, "We'll meet again if fate allows." Swish. At that moment, the unicorn then started to gallop away madly. Although he wanted to kill these two, he knew his own limits. With his current cultivation level, he definitely couldn't beat them. Therefore, his goal was only the iron box. Since the iron box was already in his hands, there was naturally no need to continue to be entangled with these two. "I won't let you escape." The middle-aged man in black shouted coldly, rolled up Wu Baixing, and used the supreme-level auxiliary divine technique to chase after the man and the beast. However, he found that he couldn't close the distance. "Master, what's going on?" "That unicorn is only a legend-level auxiliary divine technique." Wu Baixing was surprised. "This is because its speed is faster than those of the same level." The middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice. "Bastard, why is he so lucky? No matter where he goes, he can meet beasts to help him." Wu Baixing roared with jealousy. "No choice, this is my luck. Let me tell you something else. Your brother Wu Baichuan has been killed by me." Qin Feiyang stood behind the unicorn, turned around and looked at Wu Baixing with a smile. "What?" Wu Baixing was shocked. "Don't panic. Your brother left his soul outside. Even if what he said is true, he won't die." The middle-aged man in black comforted. "He definitely won't die, but since I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. The most important thing is that Wu Baichuan's identity has been exposed. In other words, the chess piece you placed in the Eastern Dragon God Palace has lost its effect. Moreover, Wu Baixing, as Wu Baichuan's brother, Wu Baichuan's identity being exposed is not a good thing for you." Qin Feiyang joked. You're so despicable. Although we want to kill you, we have never revealed your identity." Wu Baixing roared, his body trembling with anger. No. You can't blame me. It's your stupid teammate, Du Yuntian, who revealed his identity in front of the Princess of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's impossible. Don't think I'm stupid and easy to fool. Wu Baixing said angrily. So, you guys are really the same, self-righteous. Although we're not on the same side, we're still part of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Although I'm not a good person, I know how to distinguish between public and private interests. If you don't believe me, you can ask Du Yuntian when you go back. Qin Feiyang said. Wu Baixing frowned and said in a low voice, Then why aren't you dead now? Because I'm smart. Qin Feiyang grinned. Wu Baixing almost vomited blood when he heard this. He really wanted to chase after him and beat him up. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? I'm not joking. Maybe you didn't notice, but you, Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in black and said with a smile, You must have noticed that before Li Yu and I went to support Wang Chuan, we went into the mountains below and disappeared for a while. That's right. The middle-aged man in black nodded. At that time, he was still wondering why Qin Feiyang disappeared. Actually, I've been watching you. Although you've repeatedly expressed your kindness to me, I'm still worried. So, at that time, I had an idea and prepared to set up a trap. I entered the mountain and summoned an incarnation. As for myself, I have been hiding in the mountain with the unicorn all this time. In other words, at that time, the one who followed Li Yu to support Wang Chuan was not me, but my clone. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Clone? The middle-aged man in black raised his eyebrows. This clone is formed by a kind of divine art. You saw it when we fought last time, so I don't need to say more about it. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The middle-aged man in black said in a low voice. So, what we killed just now was only your clone? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 2656. Amazing! Even though I tried to cover it up and express my goodwill to you, I still couldn't hide it from you. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. Although Qin Feiyang was their opponent, they had to admit that his terrifying mind was really frightening. To be honest, when you said that you're Yi Zhong's friend, I almost overturned my previous judgment. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Your previous judgment? The black-clothed middle-aged man frowned. In the past, I judged that you're from the Dragon Slayer Palace, and you might be on the side of the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor. But when I came to the Blood Lake, I found that you didn't recognize my identity. You even showed me your goodwill? So, I had another guess. Could it be that I was wrong and you're actually on the side of the dragons? But, you might not have expected that a friend of mine has met Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. My friend told me that only Yi Zhong and the 10 ancestral dragons came to the Nether King's Hell. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon told me this personally. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon wouldn't lie, right? So, I thought about it carefully and felt that I couldn't let my guard down. Then, you knew that I sent my incarnation to confuse you. And the unicorn and I were secretly looking for an opportunity to snatch the iron box. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, So, you can already judge my identity now? Is there a need to judge this? Only people from the Dragon Slayer Palace know that Li Bu is me, Qin Feiyang. Moreover, you two call each other master and disciple. If you're not from the Dragon Slayer Palace, where are you from? If I'm not wrong, you should be one of the 8 divine emperors, right? Qin Feiyang said. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed loudly. However, there was a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. He had thought that he would be able to confuse Qin Feiyang and make him lower his guard before killing him with a single blow. However, he did not expect to be tricked by Qin Feiyang in the end. You must be furious. You thought you could play with others in the palm of your hand, but in the end, you found out that you were the one being played. However, this is nothing. Let me tell you something that will make you even crazier. Qin Feiyang smiled. What is it? The two of them frowned. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Unicorn, give me the iron box. The iron box appeared from the unicorn's body, and Qin Feiyang grabbed it. The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baisheng stared at the iron box in surprise. Could it be that Qin Feiyang wanted to talk about the things inside the iron box? Make them go crazy? What kind of treasure could it be? Qin Feiyang looked at the iron box for a while, then raised his head and smiled at the two of them, saying, "There is a heaven-defying divine object inside." What? A heaven-defying divine object? The two of them trembled. In fact, they were not very interested in the iron box. Because in their eyes, it was at most an honorable divine artifact. An utmost exalted level divine item was simply incomparable to a calamity like Qin Feiyang. However, they did not expect that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside. In other words, they just brushed past a heaven-defying divine object. In their hearts, it was too late to regret. If they had known that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside, how could they have been so careless? As early as the moment they grabbed it, they had already put it away. But he didn't open the iron box. How could he know that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside? Wu Baisheng said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man in black was slightly stunned. He immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, saying, "You even used such a small trick. I really overestimated you. You don't believe me?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "When you leave the underworld king's hell, you will know what kind of treasure you have missed." Then he kept the iron box in his Jianghu ring. Wu Baisheng looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and sent a voice transmission, "Master, he doesn't look like he is playing tricks on us." "Then, think of a way to snatch it," the middle-aged man in black said to himself. The two of them were in hot pursuit. The unicorn also carried Qin Feiyang. They did not dare to let their guard down and they ran for their lives. A few days later, as the unicorn ran for its life, the ancient city of Jianghu finally came into sight in the evening. After all, the unicorn had activated the legendary auxiliary divine skill. It naturally did not take a month to reach the ancient city of Jianghu. Qin Feiyang revealed a victorious smile when he saw the ancient city of Jianghu in front of him. That was right. To be able to escape from the pursuit of the middle-aged man in black was equivalent to winning. No matter how bold the middle-aged man in black was, he did not dare to barge into the ancient city of Jianghu. After all, even Yi Zhong and the ancestor dragons did not dare to fight with the blood demon tribe in the ancient city of Jianghu. "Senior Jianghu, save me!" Qin Feiyang roared. Bang! Immediately, there was a billowing aura that erupted from the ancient city of Jianghu. The middle-aged man in black's pupils constricted. He stared at the huge city and muttered, "This is the ancient city of Jianghu? Is the ancient city of Jianghu very powerful?" Wu Baisheng was suspicious. "It is very powerful. According to Revered Beast, the ancient city of Jianghu is the capital of the blood demon tribe. Among them, the Underworld King and the 10 Commanders are existences that stand at the pinnacle of the Underworld King's hell. Before entering hell, Revered Beast had repeatedly warned us not to enter the ancient city of Jianghu." The middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice. "Then what should we do? Are we going to let Qin Feiyang escape from us?" Wu Baisheng was indignant. Dong! Very soon, a giant that was 100 meters tall walked toward them in the air. With every step he took, the void would collapse. From afar, he looked like a god and demon. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Feiyang stopped the unicorn in the air. He pointed at the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baisheng and said, "Senior Jianghu, they are chasing after us." Jianghu looked at the two of them and the murderous intent in his eyes surged. He shouted, "You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianghu landed in the air above the two of them. His huge feet stomped toward them. "Pumph! I want to see if you are as powerful as the Beast Emperor said." The middle-aged man in black snorted. He raised his fist and punched the sole of Jianghu's feet. Although he had heard about it from Revered Beast, this was the first time he saw it. He did not believe that Jianghu was really that terrifying. Furthermore, he was very confident in his physical body and strength. Jianghu was stunned. He actually dared to fight back? The energy in his body poured out without reservation. Bang! He stomped his foot. The middle-aged man in black also punched the sole of King Yu's feet. However, the physical body and strength that he was so proud of appeared to be too weak in front of King Yu. King Yu stomped him into the ground and many bones in his body were broken. The arm that hit the sole of King Yu's feet was also shattered instantly. How terrifying! Wu Baixing could not help but tremble in fear at the sight of this. The middle-aged man in black was his master. Naturally, he was aware of his strength. In terms of physical body and strength, no one in the entire ancient world would dare to say that they were the best. He had never seen his master lose to anyone in this aspect. But now, in the face of King Yu, his master's powerful physical body and strength was like an ordinary person who was defenseless. They were not on the same level at all. I have even killed the ancestor dragon, let alone a small character like you. You have overestimated yourself. King Yu snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, causing Wu Baixing's blood to churn. You have even killed the ancestor dragon? Wu Baixing's heart was in turmoil. What kind of powerful existence was this? Bang! At the same time, the middle-aged man in black rushed out from the other side of the ground. He grabbed Wu Baixing and fled in a sorry state. Don't even think about leaving. Right then, Shuizhou, who was guarding the ancient city of King Yu, rushed out of the ancient city with a group of blood demons and headed over. Don't chase. King Yu waved his hand. Huh. Shuizhou looked at King Yu suspiciously. King Yu did not explain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I believe that Brother Qin does not want Shuizhou and the rest to chase after us. You know me best, Senior King Yu. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shuizhou was even more puzzled. He asked, Brother Qin, why don't you chase after them? Qin Feiyang said, Senior Shuizhou, if you were in his shoes, what would you do after being chased for so many days and almost losing your life? Is there a need to ask? Of course, I would kill him personally. Shuizhou said without hesitation. After saying that, he understood. It turned out that Qin Feiyang did not want them to do the job for him and wanted to kill the two of them personally. King Yu retracted his aura and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked with a smile, How was your trip this time? Although there were many dangers, the harvest was not bad. Qin Feiyang said and took out the metal box. King Yu looked at the metal box. When he sensed the aura of the seal on the metal box, he immediately revealed a knowing smile. What about Li Feng? Shuizhou asked. Li Feng, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself for a moment. Then he truthfully recounted the situation back then. When King Yu heard this, he fell silent. Qin Feiyang said, Senior King Yu, you won't blame me, right? Why would I? We'll talk about it later. This is also Shui Gang's decision to not kill him. As long as Li Feng keeps his promise and stops killing beasts, I can't be bothered with him. King Yu said with a smile. Thank you, Senior King Yu. Qin Feiyang bowed and thanked him. He said, There's one more thing. Shui Gang self-destructed his physical body and is only left with a wisp of his divine soul. I want to bring him to the second level to rebuild his physical body and divine soul. As there was a time array on the second level, Shui Gang could enter the second level to rebuild his physical body and divine soul several times faster than in Luotian Ancient City. Shui Gang self-destructed? Shuizhou was shocked and asked hurriedly, Why did he self-destruct? It's because of that person just now. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. I'll send you to the second level now. King Yu nodded and did not ask about Shui Gang's self-destruction because he trusted Qin Feiyang. There were some things that did not need to be investigated. Also, it's this unicorn's credit that I was able to escape. It was also very tired on the way here. Senior King Yu, what do you think? Qin Feiyang jumped down from the unicorn's back and looked at King Yu with a smile. At this moment, the unicorn was very reserved, because this was the first time it had seen King Yu with its own eyes. Moreover, it was standing at King Yu's feet at this moment. That formless deterrence came wave after wave, causing it to be very afraid. Actually, it could not be blamed for being timid, because in the entire hell, be it the ferocious beasts or the blood demon race, none of them were afraid of King Yu. This was the prestige of being the #1 expert in hell. King Yu looked at the unicorn and smiled. Then you will stay here with Xue Zhou and protect the ancient city of King Yu. Thank you, King Yu. The unicorn was elated. Not only was the ancient city of King Yu the capital of the blood demon race, but it was also a forbidden area in the eyes of the Hell King Yu. In the past, they would die even if they went near the ancient city of King Yu, not to mention staying in the ancient city of King Yu. It could be said that, among the ferocious beasts, it was the first one in history. To the ferocious beasts of hell, this was a supreme honor. At the same time, I'll give you a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. When you encounter danger again, you can bring Brother Qin and run faster. King Yu said this half-jokingly. He waved his hand and a jade slip flew to the unicorn. Thank you, thank you. The unicorn was overjoyed. Not only could it stay in the ancient city of King Yu, but it also received a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. This adventure was really worth it. Chapter 2657. After entering the ancient city, King Yu brought Qin Feiyang back to the palace. However, the moment they returned to the palace, King Yu looked a little irritated. Senior King Yu, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. King Yu remained silent. Could it be that something happened while he was away? Qin Feiyang mumbled to himself. Senior, I don't have to explain my relationship with the blood demon tribe. Please don't hide anything from me. Actually, it's nothing big. I just want to ask you for a favor. King Yu smiled. A favor? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. It's just a favor. Why are you hesitating? Do you think I'll reject you? King Yu sighed. It's not that simple. Tell me about it then. Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. I'll ask you first. As a human, how much do you know about the control secret skills that humans have? King Yu looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Control secret skills? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, Senior, why are you asking this? Answer me first. King Yu said. I know quite a bit about control-type secret techniques because I myself have mastered 3 types of control-type secret techniques. Qin Feiyang said. The 3 were the slave seal, puppet technique, and blood soul technique. 3. King Yu's eyes lit up. You must have a way. Just tell me. Qin Feiyang smiled. King Yu had not said what problem he had encountered so far. Therefore he could not boast. Wait a moment. King Yu waved his hand and shouted, Xuedian, come here immediately. Xuedian? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Soon, a blood-eye giant about 15 to 16 meters tall arrived outside the palace. He was at the half-nine heavens realm. Come in, King Yu said. Xuedian walked into the main hall and nodded at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang also responded with a smile. However, he keenly noticed that Xuedian's smile wasn't very natural. He seemed to be troubled by something. Xuedian, tell Brother Qin in detail what happened to you a few days ago. Yu Wang said. Tell Brother Qin? Xuedian stared blankly for a moment before his spirit shook. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Could it be that Brother Qin has a way? Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, You have to tell me what it is first, right? It's like this. A few days ago, I was patrolling on the city wall when I suddenly saw a figure flash by outside the city. But when I dared to check, I found nothing. But just when I thought I might be seeing things, a human suddenly appeared. This human is very powerful. Before I could react, he used a kind of control secret technique to control me. Xuedian sighed. It can't be. Apart from the various ancestor dragons, who dares to create trouble in the ancient city of King Yu? Qin Feiyang was shocked. There are always some reckless people in this world. For example, the 2 people who chased after you previously. King Yu snorted. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He turned to look at Xuedian and asked, Then why did he control you? Xuedian said, He wanted to know about the situation in the ancient city of King Yu. In what aspect? Qin Feiyang frowned. For example, how many blood demons are there in the ancient city of King Yu? How many 9 heavens realm masters are there? Are there any heaven-defying treasures and so on? Also, he specially asked about your situation. Xuedian said. My situation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He asked me if I was really on good terms with the blood demon race. Are you in the ancient city of King Yu now? Xue Deyuan said. How did you answer him? Qin Feiyang asked. Xue Deyuan lowered his head and said, I told him everything truthfully. Qin Feiyang frowned and glanced at King Yu. He realized that King Yu didn't seem to have any intention of blaming Xue Deyuan. King Yu seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, It's good that I can stay alive. Everything else is not important. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then he gave King Yu a thumbs up. If this happened outside, Xue Deyuan's life would definitely be in danger. This was because it was a big taboo to leak information to the enemy. Take the dragons, for example. If someone among the dragons dared to leak information to outsiders, the revered dragons and the various ancestral dragons would definitely be furious. They might even kill them on the spot. Thus, it could be seen that this King Yu was truly benevolent and kind. He couldn't care less that his clansmen admired and respected him so much. Xue Deyuan looked at Qin Feiyang nervously and asked, Brother Qin, if I tell him about your situation, will you blame me? Blame you? Even Senior King Yu didn't blame you. Why should I blame you? I don't mind. Anyway, the dragons already know that I'm in the ancient city of the King Yu. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked again, However, my identity as Li Bu heir, as well as the situation with the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf, did you tell him? Xue Deyuan said, Don't worry. I didn't tell him about these. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Seeing that Qin Feiyang wasn't angry, Xue Deyuan heaved a sigh of relief. However, I have a question. Why didn't he kill you? Why did you return to the ancient city of the King Yu instead? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He wanted me to be his spy and help him get the heaven-defying divine weapon and the ancient city of the King Yu. Xue Deyuan said. This person is quite ambitious. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He asked, What does he look like? Xue Deyuan waved his hand and the shadow of an old man immediately condensed. The old man's figure was rather stooped and he wore a green robe. He held a black dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles. King Yu asked, Brother Qin, do you know him? No, I don't. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. However, I'm sure that he's not from the dragons. How can you be so sure? King Yu looked at him suspiciously. Because if he's from the dragons, he wouldn't have asked if I'm in the ancient city of the King Yu. This person even dares to touch the blood demon tribe. This means that he has a certain level of confidence. I think he should be from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. Dragon Slayer Palace? King Yu frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior King Yu, you don't have to give me face. You can just kill the people from the Dragon Slayer Palace if you encounter them in the future. Will that work? What if he's from the two ancestors? King Yu asked. That won't happen. This is because the people under the two ancestors have not entered the hell of the Netherworld King. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. King Yu nodded and asked, Then do you have a way to help Xue Deyuan remove his control? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before looking at Xue Deyuan and asking, Is he controlling your spirit, your bloodline power, or something else? My spirit. Xue Deyuan said. Are there any other effects? For example, can he peek into your inner thoughts or know your location through this control? Qin Feiyang asked again. Xue Deyuan shook his head. Then I should have a way. Qin Feiyang smiled. Really? Xue Deyuan suddenly became excited. Qin Feiyang said, However, for now, don't remove his control over you for the time being. Xue Deyuan was puzzled. King Yu was also puzzled. Since he asked you to help him snatch the heaven-defying artifact in the ancient city, he must still be hiding somewhere outside the city. If I help you remove his control now, won't I alert him? Qin Feiyang smiled. Then what do you mean? Xue Deyuan looked at Qin Feiyang in puzzlement. We'll beat him at his own game. If I'm not wrong, this person will definitely look for the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing. There was a flash of cold light in Qin Feiyang's eyes. King Yu and Xue Deyuan looked at each other. He was so sure? It was as if he had seen everything with his own eyes. Think about it. Why hasn't this person made a move yet? It's because he doesn't have the confidence. After all, Senior King Yu is personally guarding the ancient city. Therefore, he has to hide outside the city and wait for an opportunity. Previously, Wu Baixing and his disciple came to kill me and caused such a huge commotion. How can he not be alarmed? The arrival of Wu Baixing and his disciple is an opportunity for him. Qin Feiyang said. King Yu pondered for a while and said, "Continue." Now, the 10 commanders of the ancient city have all gone to the Fallen Valley. The other people of the 9 Heavens realm have also gone to various places to collect blood. In other words, Senior King Yu is alone now. Therefore, now is the best time to make a move. Once this old man in green meets the middle-aged man in black, they will definitely start their plan. Qin Feiyang smiled. King Yu asked, "So, this is what you meant by beating them at their own game? Catching them off guard?" However, if this old man in green is really from the dragon-slaying palace, his strength should not be underestimated. Of course. I'm not doubting your strength, Senior King Yu. I just feel that it's better to be careful. Qin Feiyang said. Although King Yu had defeated the middle-aged man in black outside the city, it was only a clash of physical strength. If they were to fight to the death, the middle-aged man in black still had a chance of winning against King Yu. After all, he had stronger means, such as divine arts and special abilities. King Yu pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Tell me your plan. I'll listen to you." It's very simple. Wait for me to break through. As long as I break through to the 9 Heavens realm, I'm confident that I can restrain the middle-aged man in black and even kill him. And while I'm in seclusion, I still need Shuedi. Qin Feiyang turned to Shuedi Yuan and said with a smile, "You go deal with him." How do I deal with him? Shuedi Yuan was puzzled. The next time he comes to look for you, tell him that the 10 commanders have secretly returned. After hearing this news, they will definitely not dare to make a move. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shuedi Yuan said, "That's a good idea. What if they find out that I'm lying to them?" They won't find out. Because they can't use image crystals to send messages in hell, they won't be able to contact the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor who are far away in Fallen Valley. Qin Feiyang said, "I think it's feasible." King Yu thought for a while and nodded with a smile. He looked up at Shuedian and said, "Let's do it then." Shuedi Yuan nodded. Chapter 2658. There are still some problems that you might face. I have to tell you in advance how to deal with them. Qin Feiyang said, "Go ahead." Shuedi Yuan appeared very humble. Half an hour passed. King Yu looked at Shuedi Yuan and smiled. "Have you remembered everything?" Shuedi Yuan nodded. King Yu waved his hand and said, "Then you can continue patrolling." Shuedi Yuan bowed and saluted before turning around and quickly walking out of the hall. After Qin Feiyang watched Shuedi Yuan leave, he said with a smile, "Senior King Yu, to be honest, I really envy you." "What are you envious of?" King Yu was stunned and asked curiously. "I envy you for having such loyal clansmen. If it was outside, Shuedi Yuan would definitely betray you. But not only did Shuedi Yuan not betray you, he even told you everything as soon as he came back. To be honest, I really admire the personality of your blood demon race more and more." Qin Feiyang smiled. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that my blood demon race is quite great. King Yu laughed heartily. They are great to begin with. Qin Feiyang smiled. For example, even if Shuedi Yuan's divine soul was controlled, he did not lower his head to the green-robed elder. Such people, such a race, there were not many left in the world. Don't flatter us. The plan has been set up. Go into seclusion. King Yu said. Qin Feiyang nodded. King Yu waved his hand and sent Qin Feiyang to the second floor. Blood energy immediately appeared from Qin Feiyang's body and began to reconstruct his body and divine soul. After Qin Feiyang told the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf about the entire process, he also took out a soul stone and began to cultivate. Back then, Qin Feiyang had calculated that it would take more than 300 days to break through from the initial stage to the 9th heaven stage. To be precise, it was more than 330 days. That was 11 months. Before going to Luotian ancient city, he had already cultivated for a month. In other words, he still needed 10 months. For anyone, 10 months was a very short time. Qin Feiyang was also very content, because without this 500 years time array, it would take more than 166,000 years to reach the minor completion 9th heaven realm from the initial 9th heaven realm. More than 166,000 years, what kind of concept was that? If Qin Feiyang really went into seclusion for such a long time, he would definitely go crazy. Is this the Ghost King? How terrifying! Outside the city, somewhere in the mountains, Wu Baixing's face was filled with fear as he looked at his master, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating with his eyes closed. His master was already powerful enough. But in front of the Yu King, he was actually unable to withstand a single blow. One kick. With just one kick, he was able to injure Shirzun. This strength, this fleshly body, how terrifying was it? Half a day passed. The middle-aged man in black opened his eyes and sighed. It seems like we can't barge into the ancient city of King Yu. Wu Baixing nodded. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do about it. The black-clothed middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "Then next, we'll go to the ancient city of King Yu." All of a sudden, a hoarse voice could be heard from the forest at the side. "Who's that?" The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing were shocked, and they quickly looked towards the forest. "It's me." Along with the sound of footsteps, an old man in green walked out from the forest slowly. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was the old man who controlled Shueding. The black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then, his face was filled with surprise. He stood up and asked, "Why are you here?" "I arrived more than 10 days earlier than you." The old man in green smiled and said. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and said suspiciously, "Then why are you loitering outside the ancient city of King Yu?" "Wait a minute, don't tell me you're also eyeing the ancient city of King Yu?" "That's right." The old man in green nodded. "Are you crazy? Don't you know how powerful the Ghost King is?" The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. "Of course I know. When you were fighting with the Ghost King, I was hiding not far away and saw it with my own eyes. However, I have to go to the ancient city of King Yu." The eyes of the old man in green shone brightly. But the black-clothed middle-aged man was puzzled. The old man in green said, "Because there's a heaven-defying weapon in the ancient city of King Yu." What? The black-clothed middle-aged man trembled. Wu Baixing was also extremely shocked. Moreover, according to what I know, the ancient city of King Yu not only has a heaven-defying weapon, but also a time formation. The old man in green said again, "Time formation?" The master and disciple were stunned. "This time formation is not ordinary. I heard that it can last for 500 years in a day." The old man in green said, and his eyes were filled with greed. "It can't be." The master and disciple were dumbfounded. The time formation of the Dragon Slayer Palace only lasted for 50 years in a day. Even Qin Feiyang's time formation only lasted for 100 years in a day. A time formation that lasted for 500 years in a day was unheard of. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" After the black-clothed middle-aged man came back to his senses, he looked at the old man in green and asked, "It can't be wrong. A few days ago, I caught a blood demon and he told me personally." The old man in green said, "Catch a blood demon?" The master and disciple looked at each other. He even dared to catch a blood demon? He's too bold. However, when they thought of the identity of the old man in green, they understood. After all, he was an important figure in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why wouldn't he dare to catch a blood demon? "I'm still keeping this blood demon." The old man in green smiled. "Keep him." The black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned and he hurriedly said, "Are you stupid? Why do you keep him? Aren't you afraid that he will tell King Yu?" "Don't worry. He won't dare to. Because I'm controlling his divine soul." The old man in green said, "I see." The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and suddenly said, "Wait, there's still a risk." The old man in green was suspicious. "Have you forgotten?" Qin Feiyang can even remove the fate contract of the dragons, let alone your secret technique. The black-clothed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The old man in green instantly frowned. That's right. If Xue Diyuan asked Qin Feiyang for help, wouldn't he be out of his control? Whether he could snatch the heaven-defying divine weapon and the ancient city of King Yu depended on this person. There must be no accidents. Let's go and find Xue Di. The old man in green waved his hand and led the black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing to the ancient city of King Yu. After a while, in a dense forest outside the city, Xue Diyuan stood in front of the old man in green with a trembling look. Answer me. Did you tell King Yu and Qin Feiyang that you're under my control? The old man in green asked with a gloomy look. Xue Diyuan shook his head. Really? The old man in green spoke again with a piercing murderous tone. Really? Moreover, what's the use of looking for them? Xue Diyuan said in horror. The old man in green's eyes flickered. He turned to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man and sent a voice transmission. It seems like he still doesn't know that Qin Feiyang has the ability to remove the control. It's good that you didn't look for Qin Feiyang. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed secretly. The old man in green also laughed secretly. He looked at Xue Diyuan again and said, You have to believe me. As long as you work for me honestly, I will definitely remove the control for you. Xue Diyuan looked extremely respectful. The old man in green said, Then tell me, what is Qin Feiyang doing now? Xue Diyuan said, He is having tea with King Yu. There's a 500-year time formation. Instead of going into seclusion to cultivate, he still has the mood to drink tea? The old man in green was stunned. I don't know about that. Maybe he is trying to please King Yu. After all, if he wants to cultivate in the time formation, he needs King Yu's permission. Xue Diyuan said. So he is trying to please King Yu. The three of them were enlightened. It would appear that this Qin Feiyang is nothing more than a clown who is trying to curry favor. Wu Baixing sneered. The old man in green laughed and looked at Xue Di. He asked, Is there any other situation? Other situation? Xue Diyuan pondered for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something and nodded. Yes. What is it? The old man in green asked. Xue Diyuan said, Previously, I overheard King Yu telling Qin Feiyang that the 10 commanders have returned from Fallen Valley. What? The 10 commanders have returned? The old man in green suddenly changed his expression. Xue Diyuan nodded. That's not right. For the past few days, I have been monitoring the ancient city outside the city. Why didn't I see the 10 commanders? The old man in green frowned. They came back secretly. Xue Diyuan said. Secretly? The old man in green was stunned. They seem to be plotting something. However, I heard that they will head to Fallen Valley again after some time. Xue Diyuan said. Head to Fallen Valley again? The old man in green frowned. According to my personal guess, the 10 commanders might not be able to kill the ancestral dragons. Hence, they came back to seek help from King Yu. They must be worried that there are dragon spies outside the city. After all, no one knows how many dragons have come this time. If the ancestral dragons know that the 10 commanders came back to seek help from King Yu, they will definitely flee Fallen Valley immediately. In that case, even if King Yu goes to Fallen Valley personally, it will be a wasted trip. Xue Diyuan said. That makes sense. The old man in green nodded. The middle-aged man in black pondered for a while and looked at Xue Di. He waved his hand and said, You can go back first. We will continue to hide here. Inform us immediately if anything happens. Xue Diyuan replied respectfully and turned to leave. However, just as Xue Diyuan turned around, the middle-aged man in black suddenly attacked and a trace of divine power entered Xue Diyuan's chest. Immediately, blood gushed out from the wound. What are you doing? The old man in green's expression changed, and he looked at the middle-aged man in black in shock and anger. The middle-aged man in black didn't say anything. He walked to Xue Diyuan and took out a dagger. He chuckled and said, You must be lying to us. Lying to us? The old man in green and Wu Baixing were stunned. Xue Diyuan was shocked too. Could he have exposed himself? Chapter 2659. But thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. Because from the beginning to the end, he had been following Qin Feiyang's instructions. Moreover, whether it was his attitude or tone, he had carefully prepared. It was impossible to expose it. But why did this person suddenly attack? I didn't lie to you. Xue Deyuan shouted in horror. No. If I'm not wrong, everything you said should be taught to you by Qin Feiyang. In other words, you want to beat us at our own game and catch us off guard. The middle-aged man in black sneered. How did he know so clearly? Xue Deyuan was shocked. Was it really exposed? But even if it was exposed, he couldn't admit it. No. It's true, please believe me. Our blood demon clan is the most honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask the dragons. Our blood demon clan has always kept our promises and never lies. Xue Deyuan was terrified. What exactly went wrong? You still dare to quibble? It seems that if I don't use my full strength, you won't tell me the truth. The middle-aged man in black smiled. The dagger flew out like lightning and entered between Xue Deyuan's eyebrows. Puchi. Blood spurted out like a fountain. I really didn't. Xue Deyuan shook his head frantically and looked at the old man in green in despair. My life is in your hands. How would I dare to betray you? The old man in green frowned and didn't say a word. The dagger went through flesh and blood and went straight for Xue Deyuan's sea of consciousness. Xue Deyuan could already feel the aura of death. Speak. What exactly are you planning? Tell me and I'll spare your life. The middle-aged man in black roared. Why don't you believe me? Xue Deyuan was in extreme despair. Because the dagger was only one step away from the sea of consciousness. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce through the sea of consciousness, the dagger suddenly stopped and quickly retreated from between Xue Deyuan's eyebrows. The old man in green looked at the middle-aged man in black in astonishment. The middle-aged man in black grabbed the dagger. There was no longer any hostility on his face as he smiled at Xue Deyuan. You can go. Go. Xue Deyuan stared at him blankly. The black-robed middle-aged man said, Return to the ancient city of King Yu and continue to gather information for us. So you believe me? Xue Deyuan said. That was just a test for you. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Test? Xue Deyuan was taken aback. He could not help but feel fear in his heart. Fortunately, he was prepared to die. Otherwise, he might have been frightened by the black-clothed middle-aged man and spit out Qin Feiyang's plan. The green-robed old man and Wu Baisheng finally realized what was going on. Looking at the black-clothed middle-aged man's cold expression, they really thought that Xue Deyuan was lying to them. So it was a test. Thank you for sparing my life. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Xue Deyuan said gratefully and returned to the ancient city of the King Yu. After watching Xue Deyuan leave, Wu Baisheng looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and asked, Master, what do we do now? The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the green-clothed old man and said, What do you think? The 10 great commanders are all very powerful. According to what Xue Deyuan said previously, the great commander comprehended the massacre order. With the addition of the King Yu, with such strength, if we were to charge into the ancient city of the King Yu now, we would only be courting death. The green-clothed old man muttered as he spoke. Massacre order. The master and disciple were shocked. We are not in a hurry. Didn't Xue Deyuan say that they will go to Fallen Valley again? If the King Yu really goes to Fallen Valley together, it will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. The green-clothed old man smiled. Makes sense. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. Let's wait. I heard that there are many blood demons in the Great Completion 9th Heaven Realm in the ancient city of the King Yu. Even if the King Yu and the 10 great commanders go to Fallen Valley, it will be difficult for us to snatch the ancient city of the King Yu with our strength. Wu Baisheng frowned. I have asked Xue Deyuan about this before. All the Great Completion 9th Heaven Realm in the ancient city of the King Yu have been sent out to collect blood. Therefore, as long as the King Yu and the 10 great commanders leave, the ancient city of the King Yu will be ours. The green-clothed old man sneered. What? To collect blood? Why do they need to collect blood? Wu Baisheng was bewildered. This seems to be Qin Feiyang's idea. To collect the blood of all the blood demons in the hell. I have no idea what he is trying to do. Shuediyuan has no idea either. The green-clothed old man shook his head. Wu Baixing said, "Don't tell me he wants to use the blood to activate the massacre zone? Impossible. The kill formula is a heaven-defying artifact. He dares to activate it here?" The green-clothed old man sneered. "That's true." Wu Baixing nodded and shook his head. "I really don't understand." "Don't think about it if you don't understand. Anyway, as long as the King Yu and the 10 great commanders leave, he will die." The green-clothed old man said. "We can't underestimate him." The middle-aged man in black sighed. The green-clothed old man looked at the middle-aged man in black suspiciously. "I have already exchanged blows with him. His strength is countless times more terrifying than we imagined. If he breaks through another small realm, I'm afraid even I won't be his match." The middle-aged man in black shook his head. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the truth was right in front of him. "He's that powerful?" The green-clothed old man frowned. "In the past, we were all confused by the kill formula and the heaven-defying artifact. We thought that he could be so outstanding because of these heaven-defying artifacts. As a result, we never thought about his own strength. It was only until this time when I exchanged blows with him that I realized that he is also very talented." The middle-aged man in black said. The green-clothed old man looked at the middle-aged man in black and said, "It seems that we can't underestimate him." "We definitely can't underestimate him. It's precisely because the dragon race underestimated him that they suffered great losses at his hands time and time again. We can't follow in the footsteps of the dragons." The middle-aged man in black said. The green-clothed old man nodded and looked around. "Then let's find a place to adjust our condition. Shuedian, what happened to you?" Shuezhou looked at the wound in between Shuediyuan's eyebrows and chest and asked suspiciously. As for the unicorn, it was lying beside Shuezhou. Shuezhou and Shuezhou were considered partners now. "Nothing." Shuediyuan waved his hand and entered the ancient city of Qingyu. "Strange." The unicorn muttered as it stared at Shuediyuan's back with a tinge of suspicion in its eyes. "What strange?" Shuezhou was stunned and looked at the unicorn in confusion. "I feel that Shuedian seems to be hiding something?" The unicorn said. "Something." Shuezhou looked at Shuediyuan again with a tinge of suspicion in his eyes. "In the palace." King Yu looked at Shuediyuan below and asked, "They have come to look for you?" As expected by Brother Qin, the three of them know each other. I'm really impressed by Brother Qin now. His foresight is incredible. It's not unreasonable for him to become the enemy of the dragons. Shuediyuan said. I admire him too. King Yu nodded. With just a few clues, he could deduce everything. Such a mind was simply terrifying. And they have already believed my words. Shuediyuan smiled. What about your injuries? King Yu asked. Such a small injury can be exchanged for their trust. It's worth it. Shuediyuan said. It's been hard on you. This is a paragon-level deity technique. Consider it as your reward. King Yu took out a jade slip and threw it to Shuedi. Thank you, King Yu. Shuediyuan caught the jade slip with an excited expression. Although there were a large number of paragon-level deity techniques and artifacts in Hell, only the blood demons who had reached the 9th heaven realm were qualified to possess them. For a half-9th heaven realm like him, the most he could obtain was a legendary-level deity technique and artifact. As such, a paragon-level deity technique was very precious to an ordinary blood demon. You may leave. King Yu smiled. After Shuediyuan left the palace, King Yu waved his hand and an image appeared in the void. The image displayed Qin Feiyang and the others. Father, did you see it in the underworld? This child will definitely become the person who will change the fate of my blood demon race. I will definitely grasp this opportunity and fulfill your unfulfilled wish, King Yu muttered to himself as he looked at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the stone room on the 2nd floor and meditating with his eyes closed. His thick and heavy hands unconsciously clenched into fists. It was as if there was a trace of anger and killing intent in his eyes apart from a strong sense of hope. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 7 months later, White-Eyed Wolf was the first to step into the ninth heaven realm. 8 months later, Frenzy also broke through to the ninth heaven realm. 10 months later, on this day, a powerful aura charged out from Qin Feiyang's body. At that moment, his black hair started to flutter in the strong wind. Boom! In the next instant, his aura soared to another level. Ninth heaven's realm minor success. He broke through. White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of a smile in their eyes. A time array that lasted 500 years in a day was truly extraordinary. At this rate, not to mention 1,000 years, the three of them would be able to step into the ninth heaven realm in less than 100 years. At that time, the ancestral dragon, Yizhong, Supreme Cloud, Supreme Beast, and the Divine Emperor of the Dragon Slayer Temple would all be trash in front of them. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. His aura was also restrained. White-Eyed Wolf asked, "Are you ready to deal with Wu Baixing and the others?" "Of course. The debt you owe must be paid." Qin Feiyang chuckled, but there was killing intent surging in his eyes. "Then I'll go and meet them," Frenzy said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "What? Are you looking down on me?" Frenzy raised his eyebrows. "I wouldn't dare. Your blood demon domain isn't something I can't compare to. I just don't want you to be exposed. If you want to make a move, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Qin Feiyang was helpless. Frenzy's blood demon domain could take away 4 small realms of cultivation. It was heaven-defying. "At least you have some self-awareness." Frenzy smiled proudly and nodded. "All right, I won't join in the fun. I'll take the opportunity to raise the level of the blood demon art." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then looked at Shui Gang. After more than 100,000 years, Shui Gang's body and divine soul had been reconstructed. "Shui Gang, how do you want him to die?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. He was naturally referring to the black-clothed middle-aged man. Shui Gang slowly opened his eyes and grinned. "Naturally, I can't let him die too easily." "As you wish." Qin Feiyang nodded and stood up. "Senior Yu King, I'm out." Whoosh. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang disappeared from the second level. Chapter 2660. Early in the morning, the evil sun rose slowly. The ancient city of King Yu was peaceful as usual. In the mountains outside the city, as usual, ferocious beasts ran amok, and danger lurked everywhere. Swoosh. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing sound, a blood demon that was over 10 meters tall entered a forest. He was Xuedyuan. Xuedyuan stood beside a tree and looked around with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. "Where were they? Are you guys here?" "I have important information." Xuedyuan tried to speak. Not long after he spoke, there was a low rumbling sound in front of him. Xuedyuan quickly looked up and saw a small mountain that was over 10 meters tall a few hundred meters away. At this moment, a rock wall on the hill was cracking open, revealing a pitch-black hole. Accompanied by footsteps, the old man in green walked out of the cave and stood in front of the cave entrance, looking at Xuedyuan. When Xuedyuan saw the old man in green, he quickly ran over and said respectfully, "Greetings, sir." "Call me master." The old man in green said coldly. "Master?" Xuedyuan was slightly stunned and anger flashed across his eyes. He bowed and said, "Greetings, master." The old man in green nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What's the situation?" "The 10 commanders and the King of King you have already headed to Fallen Valley." Xuedyuan said. "Really?" The old man in green was shocked. "Just an hour ago, I saw them leave with my own eyes." Xuedyuan nodded. "Then do you know if the King of King Yu has that heaven-defying artifact with him?" The old man in green asked. "I'm not sure." Xuedyuan shook his head. "If you can't even find out, what's the use of you?" The old man in green said angrily. I'm just an ordinary blood demon. It's hard for me to even meet the King of Yu. How do you expect me to find out?" Xuedyuan felt wronged. Compared to the heaven-defying artifact, the ancient city of King Yu's time array is actually more valuable. At this moment, accompanied by a faint laugh, the middle-aged man in black walked out of the cave with Wu Baixing. That's right. With this 500-year time formation, not to mention Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, even the dragons will be trampled under our feet sooner or later. We'll talk about it later. In the ancient city of Qingyu, there must be many legendary and paragon divine weapons and divine arts. Once we get the ancient city of Qingyu, we will have an endless treasure vault. Wu Baixing echoed, his face full of greed. You're right. The green-robed old man nodded. He looked at Xue Dian and asked, what about Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang didn't go. He is still in the ancient city of Qingyu. Xue Dian said. The green-robed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked, then what is his cultivation level now? Still at the initial stage of the Nine Heavens realm. Because he hasn't been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 months. Xue Dian said. He really is an idiot. With such a good opportunity, he actually didn't seize it to raise his cultivation. The green-robed old man sneered. Xue Dian looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing before looking at the green-robed old man. He smiled and said, Master, look, I have already told you the information that you want. Now, can you help me remove the control? Remove the control? The green-robed old man was stunned. The black-robed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing also looked at Xue Dian in shock. Ha! The next moment. The three of them couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Xue Dian was suspicious. We are laughing at your stupidity and ignorance. Do you think that we will remove the control on you? No. To be exact, do you think that we will let you go back alive? The green-robed old man sneered. Xue Dian was stunned. He frowned and said, What do you mean? It seems that you are extraordinarily stupid. I have already made it so clear, but you still don't understand. The green-robed old man shook his head. You have to understand. After all, he is from the blood demon tribe. He is all brawn and no brains. The black-robed middle-aged man laughed. Wu Baixing was also laughing happily at the side. Xue Dian couldn't help but frown. Since you're so stupid, this old man will be kind and explain it to you clearly. From the moment you were controlled, you were already a dead man. The green-robed old man said with a smile. What? Xue Dian's expression suddenly changed. Do you understand now? The green-robed old man asked with a smile. Understood. As long as Lord Qingyu and the 10 commanders leave, it will be the time of my death. Xue Dian nodded. The green-robed old man was stunned. He laughed and said, Not bad, not bad. You are teachable. Xue Dian sighed. You humans are indeed despicable creatures. Thank you for your compliment. The three of them didn't feel ashamed. Instead, they felt proud. I was blind back then. I actually chose to believe you. Since it is a dead end, can you answer my question? Are there any other accomplices of yours around here? Xue Dian looked disappointed and desperate. But just the three of us are enough to take down the ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man said domineeringly. I will send you on your way now. But don't worry. You will definitely not be lonely on your way to hell. Because later, I will slaughter all the blood demons in the ancient city. The green-robed old man smiled sinisterly. Scoundrel! Xue Dian roared furiously. Ha! The green-robed old man laughed and was about to erase Xue Dian's soul. Bang! However, at this moment, a huge foot suddenly descended from the sky and stomped the three of them into the ground. The three of you don't know what's good for you. How dare you think of slaughtering my clansmen? The owner of the huge foot was Qingyu. At this moment, his face was full of contempt. Qin Feiyang and Xue Gang were also standing next to Qingyu. That was right. They had been using the concealment skill to follow Xue Dian. Therefore, they had seen everything that happened with their own eyes. It has been hard on you. Qin Feiyang landed in front of Xue Dian and formed seals with both hands. A slave seal appeared and entered Xue Dian's consciousness instantly. Xue Dian's body shook. The next moment, he could feel that the secret skill that controlled his soul had disintegrated. Damn it! At the same time, accompanied by a furious roar, the green-robed old man and the other two flew out from the ground not far away. They were covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Without any hesitation, they fled immediately. Because now, this was a scam, and even more so, a deadly trap. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Blood boat unicorn. Qin Feiyang roared. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of terrifying aura in the surroundings. Hundreds of huge figures flew out from the mountains in the distance and formed a huge encirclement in the void. These people were from the Blood Demon clan. The leader was the blood boat that was at the peak 9th heaven's realm. The unicorn was also among them. The remaining blood demons were at the peak 9th heaven's realm. However, even though they were only at the peak 9th heaven's realm, it was fatal to Wu Baixing and the other two. This was because they had to make a move if they wanted to break out of the encirclement. Once they made a move, it would delay them. One had to know, King Yu was right behind them. If they made a move, King Yu would definitely give them a fatal blow. The three of them stopped. Keep running. Why did you stop? Shui Gang laughed. The three of them looked at Shui Gang, then at King Yu and Qin Feiyang, and finally at Shui Ding. Didn't you say that you blood demons always keep your promises and never lie? Aren't you being too ridiculous? The green-robed old man said angrily. You're blaming me? Shui Diyuan was speechless. He really didn't know why this old thing still had the cheek to blame him. Our blood demon clan does keep our promises, but our promises have always been for our friends. For example, Qin Feiyang. And for despicable people like you, we will naturally use the same method to deal with you. That's what you people often say. Give him a taste of his own medicine. King Yu said coldly. The three of them looked gloomy. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Tell me, what do you think of my plan to beat you at your own game? The three of them looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. Especially the middle-aged man in black. His expression was extremely ugly. Last time, when he tested Shui Diyuan, he thought of this possibility. Originally, he thought that Shui Diyuan would definitely tell the truth in the face of death. But he didn't expect Shui Diyuan to be so stubborn. He really regretted it now. He shouldn't have insisted on his own thoughts at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into this trap now. The more the middle-aged man in black thought about it, the angrier he got. He roared, No matter what grudges we have, you're still from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why did you help the blood demons to deal with us? Because they deserve my help. As for you guys, don't talk to me about these principles. You should all know my character. Anyone who dares to provoke me, I will kill them at all costs. Qin Feiyang smiled, but there was a trace of bone-chilling coldness in his smile. Seeing this smile, the middle-aged man in black and the other two couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The old man in green said, Even if you kill us now, we won't die. I've already expected this. You guys must have left your divine souls outside like Wu Baichuan and Du Yundan. But even so, I'm going to kill you guys now. Because to be able to kill two divine emperors with my own hands, it's quite a satisfying thing. Qin Feiyang chuckled. The old man in green said in surprise, You already know our identities? I don't know. But I believe that the divine generals of the Dragon Slayer Palace shouldn't have such powerful means and guts to even have designs on the ancient city of King Yu. Qin Feiyang said. The old man in green fell silent. But he was extremely shocked. Is this little bastard a monster? It seems like nothing in this world can be hidden from him. You, Qin Feiyang turned his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man in black. He said indifferently, It's time to settle the score between us. The middle-aged man in black frowned. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you can defeat me, I'll let you guys go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The middle-aged man in black looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. How can he be so arrogant? Could it be that his cultivation is higher than the initial 9 heavens realm? Chapter 2661. But looking at Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, he was indeed only at the initial stage of the 9 heavens realm. In other words, at least Shui Diyuan didn't lie to them. How dare he challenge him at the initial stage of the 9 heavens realm? The middle-aged man in black relaxed and sneered, You said it, don't go back on your words later. Don't worry. I won't be as despicable as you, I'll keep my word. Qin Feiyang then walked towards the sky step by step. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The middle-aged man in black sneered as his aura burst out. He used the supreme-level auxiliary divine art and charged towards Qin Feiyang. You want to kill me that much? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Divine power spurted out from his feet as he activated the heavenly dragon's 9 steps. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons had all gone to the fallen valley. He could use all his means without hesitation. You're too slow. The black-clothed middle-aged man chased after Qin Feiyang. The corners of his mouth were pursed into a mocking smile as he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang's back. Compared to you, I definitely can't compare. It's a pity that even if you're faster than me, you can't hurt me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as he stepped to the side and easily dodged the punch. The middle-aged man in black's battle awareness wasn't bad either. After missing the punch, he quickly turned around and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. The entire process of turning around didn't have the slightest hesitation. You're in such a hurry to kill me? Qin Feiyang dodged again and looked at the middle-aged man in black mockingly. After missing twice in a row, the middle-aged man in black felt a bit embarrassed. Because Qin Feiyang hadn't activated the Rising Dragon art yet and hadn't taken the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. In other words, his current cultivation was still at the initial stage of the 9 Heavens realm. For a peak stage 9 Heavens realm to be unable to hit an initial stage 9 Heavens realm was a humiliation to anyone. The most terrifying thing was, Qin Feiyang completely relied on his combat awareness, experience, and instincts to avoid these 2 fatal attacks. His fist and palm were indeed fatal, because with his physical body and strength, as long as he hit Qin Feiyang would definitely die. After all, his strength was even more terrifying than Shui Gang. I won't tease you anymore. Qin Feiyang chuckled and activated the Rising Dragon art. His cultivation base instantly entered the Greater Mastery realm. Following closely, he tossed a Heavenly Dust Divine Pill into his mouth. Boom! His cultivation soared once again, reaching the Great Circle realm. Do you think you have the ability to fight me just because you've reached the 9 Heavens realm? The black-robed middle-aged man sneered. Using the supreme-level auxiliary divine art, he instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and punched out. Let me see how strong you are. Qin Feiyang muttered. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he threw out a punch as well. Courting death. How dare you compete with Master in physical body and strength? Wu Baixing's face was full of sarcasm. The green-robed old man's expression couldn't help but reveal a trace of contempt. Boom! In an instant, the 2 fists collided with a loud bang. A destructive aura suddenly rolled out in the sky. Qin Feiyang also spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body flew out like a meteor, and his arm, the skin and flesh were lacerated. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, looking at this scene, Wu Baixing and the green-robed old man were a little surprised. One was the black-robed middle-aged man's disciple, and the other was the black-robed middle-aged man's friend for many years. Of course, they knew how terrifying the black-robed middle-aged man's strength and physical body were. Logically speaking, this punch should have killed Qin Feiyang instantly. But the result was that his skin was lacerated and his flesh was lacerated. Just that? Powerful indeed. Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, looked at his injured arm, and murmured. His physical body had also been tempered. He could directly crush a superior-grade divine artifact. He could also block a superior-grade divine artifact with his bare hands. But even so, he was completely no match for this person. You overestimate yourself. The black-robed middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. He then used the supreme-grade auxiliary divine technique and closed in step by step. If it was only 1 or 2 exchanges, Qin Feiyang could still easily avoid them. But if this continued without rest, no matter how strong his battle consciousness was, he couldn't block it. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man's speed was faster than his. In a short while, Qin Feiyang became flustered and extremely embarrassed. There were also many wounds on his body. Boom! After dozens of breaths, The black-robed middle-aged man seized the opportunity and punched Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang spat out blood in anger. His whole body was like a kite with a broken string, flying out horizontally. Ha, see? This is the gap between us. Your most powerful skill is the Eye of Heaven, but as long as I don't activate the divine technique, you can't copy it. The Eye of Heaven has lost its effect. What else can you use to fight me? Go to hell. The black-robed middle-aged man laughed. Like a demonic god, he charged in front of Qin Feiyang and stepped on Qin Feiyang's chest. Boom! Qin Feiyang was like a cannonball, smashing into the ground below. The mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles were flattened by the powerful airwaves. And the black-robed middle-aged man stopped in the air and looked down condescendingly. His eyes were full of contempt. A destructive aura was also brewing in his body. Boom! Suddenly, that aura broke out of his body. A surge of divine power was like a torrent, carrying the power to destroy the world as it surged towards the ground below. This was a sure-death situation. What's going on? I know Brother Qin's strength very well. It's not that weak. What is he doing? Shui Gang thought. Shui Yuan also had a suspicious look on his face. In terms of cultivation, Qin Feiyang had clearly broken through to the 9th heaven realm, but why was he hiding it? He has his own ideas. We just need to be responsible for watching the battle. King Yu transmitted his voice. All right. The two nodded. But to be honest, the current situation was really worrying. Hurry up and die. In this world, there's no need for two geniuses. I'm enough. Wu Baixing whispered. But isn't this too easy? The old man in green frowned. Even if he couldn't activate a heaven-defying divine art or use a heaven-defying divine artifact, Qin Feiyang shouldn't be so weak. After all, even the black-robed middle-aged man had said that Qin Feiyang's strength couldn't be underestimated. Master has already made it very clear. The reason why Qin Feiyang is so strong is because of the Eye of Heaven, which can copy his opponent's divine art. And now, Master has been fighting him with his physical body. The Eye of Heaven has lost its usefulness. Naturally, he can't be Master's opponent. Wu Baixing chuckled. Eye of Heaven, the old man in green muttered. Such a heaven-defying battle soul was actually obtained by the descendant of Qin Batin. And Qin Batin himself had also activated the strongest heaven-defying battle soul, the Eye of Reincarnation. The people of the Qin clan were really envious. However, it didn't matter now. Anyway, Qin Feiyang was about to die. No matter how powerful a heaven-defying divine art or divine artifact he had, or how strong a heaven-defying divine soul was, it would become a piece of history that would gradually be forgotten. If you have the chance to reincarnate, remember not to be so arrogant in your next life. High up in the sky, the black-robed middle-aged man shouted and his divine power blasted into the ground below. Boom! The ground immediately began to crack, and deep abyss cracks crazily spread out in all directions. Billowing dust and smoke covered all directions. The battle hasn't even started and you're already showing off. Why can't you change this bad habit of yours? Just when the black-robed middle-aged man and the other two thought that Qin Feiyang was definitely going to die, a sigh suddenly sounded. The three of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang stepped into the sky step by step. Although his body was full of injuries and blood, he was full of energy. There was no sign of weakness between his eyebrows. You can even withstand this? Wu Baixing's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Baixing and said with a faint smile, "It was just a warm-up." A warm-up? Wu Baixing suddenly had the urge to beat up Qin Feiyang. Could he not be so smug? Are you satisfied? Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the black-robed middle-aged man with a smile. The black-robed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Since you're satisfied, then let me have some fun too. Qin Feiyang laughed. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly erupted. In just a moment, his cultivation soared to the 9th heaven stage of the Great Completion stage. What? The black-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. Come on. The real battle has only just begun. Qin Feiyang roared and used the Heavenly Dragon's 9 steps. Each step was stronger than the previous one. When he took the first step, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a huge heavenly dragon roared out. This was the heavenly dragon's 9 steps. It was not only an assistive divine art, but also a terrifying divine art of massacre. Damn it! You lied to us again! The black-robed middle-aged man looked down at Xue Din and roared. Idiot! Only you can lie to me, but I can't lie to you. Xue Diyuan's face was full of ridicule. Just you wait. The black-robed middle-aged man smiled and retracted his gaze. Divine power surged out as he punched the heavenly dragon. Boom! The power of this punch actually blocked the heavenly dragon. But before the black-robed middle-aged man could rejoice, the heavenly dragon roared and the black-robed middle-aged man flew out on the spot. Blood gushed out of his mouth. That arm was the same as Qin Feiyang's arm. His skin and flesh were lacerated. Are you an idiot? No matter what, the heavenly dragon's 9 steps is still a paragon divine art. No matter how strong your physical body is, you can't take it head-on. Qin Feiyang looked down on him. Cut the crap. The black-robed middle-aged man roared and rushed to Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. He punched at Qin Feiyang crazily. You really don't intend to use your divine art? Then I won't hold back. Qin Feiyang grinned. He immediately activated his heavenly deity armor and threw out a punch. Boom. The divine armor was also a paragon divine art. Half of the black-robed middle-aged man's power was negated by the divine armor. The black-robed middle-aged man flew out again with a pale face. The strength of a 9th heaven realm perfection is indeed different. Feeling the surging divine power in his body, Qin Feiyang was extremely confident and used the heavenly dragon's 9 steps again. Boom! Just like how the black-robed middle-aged man treated him before, he stepped on the black-robed middle-aged man's chest. Bang! The black-robed middle-aged man was like a cannonball and smashed into the ground below. How you treated me just now, I'll return it to you in the same way. Qin Feiyang looked down from above. The power of the purple-gold divine dragon surged and turned into a monstrous wave that crashed into the ground below. Ah! The black-robed middle-aged man's painful scream suddenly sounded from the ground below. Chapter 2662. Master! Wu Baisheng exclaimed. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would be able to destroy them as soon as he stepped into the peak 9th heaven realm. He was only a small realm higher. Why was his strength so different from before? Is this all the divine emperor of the Dragon Slayer Palace can do? Qin Feiyang swallowed a divine life pill, put his hands behind his back, and looked down domineeringly. With his peak 9th heaven realm cultivation, coupled with the various supreme divine arts, he had the capital to look down on everyone. One had to know. He had mastered a total of 8 supreme grade divine arts. Divine Dragon Art, Fire Phoenix Art, Qilin Art, Soul Destruction Art, Divine Armor, Bright King Golden Body, Fire Thunder Divine Art, and Heavenly Dragon 9 Steps. Could be said that no one in the entire divine continent could surpass him. Boom. The people below took the opportunity for a moment. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. A hysterical roar rang out. Following closely, 100,000 golden swords tore through the void and the earth, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang. God-slaying sword array. It's useless. I'm invincible in the same realm. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The dragon's soul appeared, and the eye of heaven opened. A god-slaying sword array immediately appeared, carrying the aura of destruction as it blasted downward. Boom! The 2 sword arrays collided with a loud bang. Heaven and earth changed color at this moment. Clang! 100,000 swords. No. Now it was 200,000 swords. 200,000 swords constantly collided and shattered. Even if it was just a copy, it was comparable to the real god-slaying sword array. Clang! As the last sword shattered, the black-clothed middle-aged man rushed into the sky, his body full of anger. Who allowed you to come up? Get down! Qin Feiyang shouted. The 3 moves of the divine dragon art instantly attacked the black-clothed middle-aged man. Don't be complacent too early. The black-clothed middle-aged man roared, and 1,000,000 swords surged out. Heaven-slaying sword array. Every single sword strike was comparable to a supreme divine artifact. Just how astonishing was their might? Boom! The three of them were annihilated in an instant. Qin Feiyang also had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but this bit of backlash was nothing to him. After all, he had taken 4 divine life pills with dragon-shaped core qi. Furthermore, his own bloodline power and the fire of life he had fused with also had a very strong recovery ability. For example, the injuries that the black-clothed middle-aged man had inflicted on him had mostly healed. Kill him. The middle-aged man in black stared at the heaven-destroying sword formation and roared in anger. An ant wants to overturn the heavens? Qin Feiyang laughed disdainfully. The eye of heaven flashed and a heaven-destroying sword formation appeared. This war soul's ability, it's simply unsolvable. When Wu Baixing and the green-robed old man saw this, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. No matter how powerful the other party's means were, the eye of heaven would be able to replicate them. The most frustrating thing was, even though it was a copy, its power was not any weaker than the original. This war soul was simply a hooligan. With this kind of hooligan war soul, unless one had an overwhelming cultivation base, who could beat Qin Feiyang? Clang! Boom! The 2 heaven-destroying sword formations collided. The void shattered. The sky shook. The destructive airwaves surged in all directions, destroying the mountains and rivers. The nearby beasts had already fled. However, even if they hid at a safe distance, they couldn't help but panic when they felt the fluctuations of the battle. Million battle sword against million battle sword, was this still a battle between humans? The collision lasted for 100 breaths, and the 2 heaven-destroying sword formations were annihilated at the same time. The black-clothed middle-aged man was extremely aggrieved. He clearly had a divine technique that could defeat the other party, but it was easily replicated by the other party. That kind of grievance, that kind of anger, it simply drove him crazy. I don't believe that you can replicate everything. Innate ability, invincible shield. The black-clothed middle-aged man roared. 10 golden shields emerged and surrounded him, exuding a strong aura. Following closely, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a single step, raised his fist, and punched out. With the invincible shield, he would be able to block any of Qin Feiyang's attacks. On the contrary, Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, would have to face his barrage of attacks. Sorry, it can really be replicated. Qin Feiyang grinned. Before his voice died away, 10 golden shields appeared out of thin air around him. Swish. He also charged over without any hesitation. Boom. Clang. Both of them clashed with their bare hands. The 10 golden shields were like 10 indestructible walls. For a moment, both of them couldn't kill each other in one fell swoop. Bastard. Why is there such a hooligan war soul in this world? If you have the guts, don't open the eye of heaven. The black-clothed middle-aged man was obviously flustered and exasperated. The power in his body roared out and crazily bombarded the shields around Qin Feiyang. However, these 10 shields showed no signs of collapsing. Your invincible shield is indeed powerful. Qin Feiyang smiled. He remembered that the invincible shield was broken by the explosion of the blood shield. Even with the explosion of the blood shield, the invincible shield was only broken and not completely shattered. As one could imagine, it could even block the explosion of a 9th heaven realm. How powerful was this invincible shield? Putting everything else aside, without the eye of heaven, he really couldn't defeat the black-clothed middle-aged man. Because no matter what method he used, it would be blocked by the invincible shield. Seeing this, the powerlessness in the hearts of the old man in green and Wu Baixing turned into despair. With this amazing talent, he could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Unless he was an eternal realm master. However, although the black-clothed middle-aged man was an eternal realm master, he could only endure at this moment. Because the rules of hell didn't allow eternal realm masters to exist here. And because he was an eternal realm master, he was more aggrieved than others. Just imagine. He was an eternal realm master, but he was suppressed by a 9th heaven realm master. Who could endure it? Probably no one could. If we were outside, I would have killed you thousands of times. The black-clothed middle-aged man roared. Outside? It seems that you've forgotten how I killed the sovereign beast before entering hell? Qin Feiyang laughed. The black-clothed middle-aged man's expression froze. Qin Feiyang outside seemed to be even more terrifying. Heaven-defying divine artifact, heaven-defying divine artifact. These were all things that could take one's life. Unknowingly, the black-clothed middle-aged man smiled bitterly. No one could stop the rise of this man. The dragons couldn't, and the Dragon Slayer Palace couldn't either. Master, don't worry. All he can do is copy it. With his strength, he can't kill you at all. You can just waste time with him. You're an eternal realm master and have more divine power than him. You can exhaust him to death. Your disciple is right. You can't rush to fight with him. Seeing the black-clothed middle-aged man's confidence wavering, Wu Baixing and the old man in green quickly reminded him. The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. That's right. He could waste time with him. When his divine power was exhausted, he would be a piece of meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. The black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned. What was he sighing about? Your memory is really bad. How long has it been since the last time we fought? You've already forgotten my means? Waste time with me? Such a stupid idea, how dare you think about it? Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disappointment. The black-clothed middle-aged man frowned when he heard this. Suddenly, his gaze trembled, and he smiled bitterly again, because he thought of Qin Feiyang's other trump card. Could be said that this trump card was more terrifying than any divine art. And this trump card was the 3,000 incarnations. 3,000 incarnations, coupled with the Eye of Heaven, was completely enough to kill him. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, looked down at King Yu, and said with a smile, Senior King Yu, you won't blame me for stealing your limelight, right? As long as you're happy. King Yu chuckled. To be honest, Qin Feiyang, whose cultivation had increased to the 9th heaven stage, even he could not help but feel afraid. The current Qin Feiyang was simply too terrifying. He reckoned that only when he transformed could he be a match for him. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned to Wu Baixing and the green-clothed old man, and said, It's a bit of a waste of time, the two of you can come at me together. What? He actually wants us to come at him together? The two of them looked at each other, seriously wondering if they had heard wrongly. You didn't hear wrongly. Come at me together. I really want to know if the three of you can hurt me if you join forces. Qin Feiyang's lips curled up at this point, and he said, a strand of hair. That expression, that tone. He was blatantly looking down on the three of them. Bastard! How dare you be so arrogant? No matter how good a person's temperament was, he could not withstand this humiliation. If the three of them joined forces, could they hurt him? A strand of hair. How much did he look down on them? Bang! The two of them were furious and charged into the sky with a rumbling aura. They stood beside the black-clothed middle-aged man and glared at Qin Feiyang like two wild beasts. Master, Wu Baixing roared. A paragon-level divine art was activated and a blazing sun soared into the sky, its divine might shocking the surroundings. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. The green-clothed old man said word by word, his expression extremely sinister. Bang! Behind him, a giant green python roared as it came out. It was thousands of feet long and covered in snake scales. Its eyes were also glowing with a dark green light. This was also a manifestation of a paragon-level divine art. Its ferocious and terrifying might was torrential. Alright, let's work together and kill him. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. With the help of the green-clothed old man and Wu Baixing, his confidence skyrocketed. The heaven-vanquishing sword formation was activated and 1,000,000 battle swords were placed in the sky, exuding a destructive aura. Retreat! Seeing the situation, the Ghost King immediately retracted his gaze and shouted at the unicorn, Shuizhou, and the rest who were surrounding them. Sush! Instantly, everyone hurriedly retreated. This included Shui Gang and Shui Diun. As for the Ghost King himself, he turned around and flew to the sky above the ancient city. Divine power surged out and formed a huge enchantment that enveloped the entire ancient city. This was because he had a premonition that the collision between Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed middle-aged man and the other two would affect the ancient city. Therefore, he had to protect the people in the city. Chapter 2663. Good, that's it. The stronger you guys are, the stronger I will be. Qin Feiyang laughed. 3,000 clones appeared. Accompanied by a series of dragon roars, the 3,000 dragon souls immediately roared out. Eye of Heaven, open. That's right. 3,000 dragon souls all opened the Eye of Heaven. Immediately, 3,000 sky punishment sword formations, 3,000 blazing suns, and 3,000 green pythons appeared. The black-clothed middle-aged man and the other two were dumbfounded. 3,000 sky punishment sword formations, 3,000 blazing suns, 3,000 pythons. In other words, each of them was about to face the attack of 3,000 deity arts. It was already difficult to fight 1 against 2, let alone 3,000. How could they play this? Even if they were abnormal, shouldn't there be a limit? 3,000 clones were equivalent to 3,000 Qin Feiyang. And they could all open the Eye of Heaven and copy their deity arts. There was no way to fight. When they saw this scene, the three of them realized how laughable their earlier thoughts were. Qin Feiyang was now the strongest person under the imperishable realm. Except for the imperishable realm, no one could defeat him. Even if the three of them joined forces, it would be useless. Divine emperors are just ants. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Kill! The 3,000 clones roared. 3,000 sky punishment sword formations, 3,000 blazing suns, and 3,000 pythons immediately attacked the three. Seeing this, the three gave up resisting. As the masters of the three deity arts, they knew better than anyone else how powerful these three deity arts were. No peak 9 heavens realm cultivator could withstand the 3,000 deity arts. Why did you give up? Weren't you arrogant and confident that you could kill me? Qin Feiyang looked at the three mockingly. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated, the black-clothed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Not humiliated, Qin Feiyang murmured, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, all the divine arts were directed at Wu Baixing alone. With a scream, Wu Baixing was instantly destroyed. Although the black-clothed middle-aged man and the green-clothed old man weren't directly hit, they were still sent flying by the terrifying aura, causing blood to spurt out. The surrounding earth was also crazily collapsing and sinking, as if it was the end of the world. Just as the Ghost King had expected, the ripples extended to the Ghost King's ancient city. When the dust settled, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the 3,000 incarnations disappeared. Below, the black-clothed middle-aged man and the black-clothed man were also alarmed. With the Eye of Heaven and his 3,000 incarnations, Qin Feiyang was strong enough to dominate the entire hell. However, why did Qin Feiyang only kill Wu Baixing, but not them? After the two of them calmed down, they raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang looked down at the two and asked, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" "I don't know." The two shook their heads. "You guys are really stupid," Qin Feiyang said. The two of them glared at each other. He didn't kill them because he wanted to humiliate them? Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Because I promised Shui Gang that I wouldn't let you die so easily." "Of course, that includes you." Qin Feiyang looked at the green-clothed old man and said. The two of them trembled. "However, at present, you guys still have a choice. Submit to me and work for me," Qin Feiyang said. "Submit to you?" The two of them were stunned. "You guys followed Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast for nothing more than status and power. And I can give you these things as well. Moreover, I can give you things that they can't," Qin Feiyang said. "No matter how powerful you are, you're only at the 9th heaven realm." The black-clothed middle-aged man sneered. "In terms of cultivation, I'm not as good as you guys, but what about means? Which one of you is my opponent? In the Nether King's hell, I can crush you. In the divine prefecture of the ancient world, I can also kill you. And it's as easy as crushing an ant. I'd like to know, what makes you think you can look down on me? Qin Feiyang sneered. The two of them fell silent. As much as they didn't want to admit it, this was the truth. In the Nether King's hell, Qin Feiyang had 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven, which were terrifying killing moves. In the ancient world, Qin Feiyang had heaven-defying divine arts and heaven-defying divine artifacts. Moreover, there was more than one heaven-defying divine artifact. Just the ones he snatched from the dragons were the 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts, not counting the other heaven-defying divine artifacts. For example, the axe and the castle. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel more powerless and desperate. Was there really no one in this world who could stop Qin Feiyang's rise? You only have one chance. Do you want to submit? It's your choice. Qin Feiyang said lightly. The two of them were silent. Don't think that you're not afraid of my threat just because you left your divine soul outside. I can kill you today. When I return to the divine land, I can also kill you. At that time, if you want to submit to me, I can only say sorry, I don't care. Make your choice. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them looked uncertain. It seems that you're very stubborn. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, in that case, don't. The two of them hurriedly waved their hands. After struggling for a while, they finally knelt down in the void with a plop and said respectfully, your subordinates pay respect to young lord. Qin Feiyang looked up to the sky and laughed. Sure enough. No matter how strong a person was, he couldn't escape the fate of being afraid of death. Qin Feiyang made a seal with both hands, and 2 slavery seals appeared and sank into the top of the two's heads. The two of them instinctively wanted to resist, but when they felt Qin Feiyang's cold eyes, they immediately dismissed the thought and accepted the control obediently. Very soon, the slavery seals were completed. Now, go to the ancient city of Jianghu and kneel in front of the city gate to atone for your mistakes. Especially Shui Gang and Shui Diu. If you don't get their forgiveness, you can prepare to die here. Qin Feiyang said. Now that he had already controlled the two's divine souls, even if the two's divine souls were left outside, he could also kill them. The two of them nodded respectfully and flew to the ancient city of Jianghu. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked up to the sky with a smile in his eyes. Supreme Beast, Supreme Cloud, you didn't expect this, right? Your subordinates have already submitted to me. But now, this is just the beginning. The show will start slowly. Are you ready? When Qin Feiyang returned to the ancient city of Jianghu, he saw the middle-aged man in black and the green-robed old man kneeling in front of the city gate. Jianghu stood in the sky and remained silent. Shui Zhou, the unicorn, Shui Gang, Shui Din, and a few hundred blood demons who were in the complete ninth heaven realm were also surrounding them. Brother Qin they are? Shui Gang walked to Qin Feiyang and asked curiously. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, they have already submitted to me. I see. Shui Gang was enlightened. He didn't know much about the green-robed old man, but he knew the strength of the middle-aged man in black. He could actually subdue him? He was really powerful. However, although he has already submitted to me, if you want to kill him, just say the word and I will kill him on the spot. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang and smiled. There is no need for that. Since he is already your subordinate, he is considered one of us. It doesn't make sense for us to deal with our own people, right? Shui Gang smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang in a daze. Then, his gaze turned and landed on the middle-aged man in black. Do you see? This is the blood demon race. They repay evil with kindness and are loyal to their friends. In front of them, don't you feel that what you have done is very shameful? Qin Feiyang reprimanded them mercilessly. The two of them lowered their heads and were extremely ashamed. Qin Feiyang said, although Shui Gang has forgiven you, there is still Shui Din. This is a small matter. It doesn't matter, as long as they are sincerely submitting to you. Shui Dian waved his hand and smiled. Hearing this, the two of them felt even more ashamed. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shui Dian and then at Shui Gang. Finally, he looked at the two of them again and said, you two continue to kneel and reflect on your actions. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Compared to the benevolence and righteousness of the blood demon race, the morality of humans was really not worth mentioning. Of course. He was also very clear. The reason why Shui Gang and Shui Diyuan forgave the two of them so easily was entirely because of his face. Otherwise, even if the two of them desperately begged, the blood demon race would not let them off. He had to remember this kind of friendship. Qin Feiyang looked up at King Yu and asked, "Senior King Yu, do you have any objections to the decision to keep them alive? I will support you no matter what you do." A simple sentence revealed King Yu's sincerity towards Qin Feiyang. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was touched. "Let's go then." King Yu smiled and turned to fly toward the palace. But at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The Ghost King stopped in his tracks and looked outside the city. He saw a huge phantom rushing over at lightning speed. "It's the great commander," Shuizhou said. Qin Feiyang also turned to look. The person who came was indeed Shuide. "Greetings, King Yu." "Brother Qin." Shuide began to wave from afar. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. After a short while, Shuide flew over and landed in front of everyone. When he saw the two black-robed middle-aged men kneeling before him, he was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang said, "They're just two reckless idiots." "Reckless idiots?" Shuide was stunned and smiled sinisterly. "So they're the enemy? Since they're the enemy, why are you still being polite?" Shuide immediately stomped down on the two of them, trampling them like ants as he trampled on them with all his might. The two of them could only endure and did not dare to make a sound. Seeing that the two of them were already beaten to a pulp, Shui Gang coughed dryly and said in a low voice, "Great Commander, they have already submitted to Brother Qin." Shuide was stunned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shuide was a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "It's okay as long as you're happy." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Ha!" Shuide laughed dryly and looked at Qin Feiyang and King Yu. "Let's get down to business. Yi Zhong and the various ancestral dragons are indeed in Fallen Valley now." Chapter 2664. "That is to say, you came back from Fallen Valley?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes." Shuide nodded. "You're too fast." Last time in the giant Dragon Mountain range, the Dragon Princess said that it would take 2 years to reach Fallen Valley. It hasn't even been 2 years. Qin Feiyang said. "We were using auxiliary skills the entire time. Of course, it wouldn't take that long." Shuide said. "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "What about Shui Air and the rest?" "They stayed in Fallen Valley to keep watch." Shuide said. "That is to say, Yi Zhong and the rest still don't know that you are in Fallen Valley?" Qin Feiyang asked. Shuide nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and turned to King Yu. "Senior King Yu, are you interested in Fallen Valley?" King Yu was slightly stunned and nodded. "Of course I am, but..." There was a trace of fear in King Yu's eyes. This was their fear of Fallen Valley. "Can you trust me?" Qin Feiyang said. "Of course." King Yu nodded. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Feiyang, King Yu and Shuide soared into the sky above the ancient city. King Yu waved his hand and the entire ancient city of King Yu rose from the ground with a loud boom. In the end, the huge ancient city became the size of a palm and floated in front of King Yu. King Yu erased the blood contract and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Take it." "Thank you for your trust, Senior King Yu." Qin Feiyang grabbed hold of the ancient city and dripped his blood to claim ownership. King Yu smiled and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the ancient city. Qin Feiyang also kept the ancient city in his sea of qi. King Yu actually took the initiative to hand over the ancient city to young Lord. The two men in black were still kneeling outside the city. Looking at this scene, they were in disbelief. In order to snatch the ancient city of King Yu, they had put in a lot of effort. However, in the end, it was all for naught. However, Qin Feiyang had obtained the ancient city of King Yu without doing anything. Where was the justice? Big Shui frowned and said, "Brother Qin, isn't this too risky?" "Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to your blood demon race. Qin Feiyang said. Alright. Shweta nodded. Qin Feiyang flew to the sky above the plane and looked at the blood boats and unicorns on the stone platform. He said, "You guys stay here and wait for the clansmen to come back. Tell them that we went to Fallen Valley." All right. Blood boat and unicorn nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and his companion and said indifferently, "Both of you, get up." The two of them stood up and flew respectfully to Qin Feiyang. "Shweta, let's go," Qin Feiyang said. Big Shwe nodded. He waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang. Then he used the auxiliary divine art and flew toward Fallen Valley. The black-clothed middle-aged man and his companion hurriedly followed. Qin Feiyang turned to look at them and asked, "What are your names?" "Your subordinate is Wang Ming." The black-clothed middle-aged man replied respectfully. "Your subordinate is Yang Li." The green-clothed old man followed. "Wang Ming, Yang Li," Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "What do the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace call you?" The black-clothed middle-aged man said, "They call us Emperor Ming and Emperor Li." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "How many of you came this time?" "Many. But only the two of us have entered the Nether King's hell among the 4 divine emperors under Supreme Cloud and Beast." The black-clothed middle-aged man said. "There are 4 divine emperors under Supreme Cloud and Beast?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. It's easy to understand the situation of the Dragon Slayer Palace. We have 8 divine emperors and 108 divine generals. Half of them belong to Supreme Cloud and Beast, and the other half belong to Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "No wonder Supreme Cloud and Beast are so afraid of my rise." "Of course they are. Because once you rise, the balance will be broken." In this way, Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang's status in the Dragon Slayer Palace will naturally surpass that of Supreme Cloud and Beast. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang asked, "What about the divine generals under Supreme Cloud and Beast? Have any of them come to the Nether King's hell?" "The other 2 divine emperors and their divine generals are all in Shenzhou. Supreme Cloud and Beast are also worried that Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang will take the opportunity to eliminate their dissidents, so they let the 2 divine emperors and divine generals stay in Shenzhou to keep an eye on Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang." The black-clothed middle-aged man said. "If the 2 ancestors really want to do that, can these divine emperors and divine generals stop them?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Yes. However, they can also play a role in restraining them. After all, Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang are both people who care about the big picture. They won't destroy the interests of the whole Dragon Slayer Palace for their own selfish interests. The middle-aged man in black said. "You're right about that. In their eyes, nothing is more important than the big picture." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. The 2 ancestors had too many concerns, so the Dragon Slayer Palace couldn't really compete with the dragons until now. "Young Lord, will you kill Beast this time?" The old man in cyan suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the old man in cyan and asked curiously, "You care about Beast a lot?" The old man in cyan hesitated and sighed. "To be honest, Beast is my benefactor." "Benefactor?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Back then, Beast saved me and trained me. That's why I have today's achievements and status." The old man in cyan nodded. Qin Feiyang nodded and said playfully, "Then, how do you think I should deal with your benefactor?" "I dare not have any objection. I'll follow young lord's arrangement." The old man in cyan's pupils shrank and he hurriedly bowed. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply and said lightly, "In fact, I've never thought of killing Beast and Cloud." The 2 looked at each other and said in surprise, "You want to subdue them too?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why do you want to do that? It doesn't fit your character." "Is it for Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang?" The 2 were surprised. "The Dragon Slayer Palace is the blood and sweat of the 2 ancestors. I can't bear to destroy it. Take you for example. If it weren't for the 2 ancestors, I wouldn't have kept you alive." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "I see." The two nodded. But, before that, there is a condition. They have to submit and obey. Otherwise, no matter how strong they are or how much they contribute to the Dragon Slayer Palace, I won't let them go. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. So you're planning to truly gather the scattered dragon-slaying palace together? The middle-aged man in black suddenly understood. If we want to fight the dragons, the Dragon Slayer Palace must unite. If the two ancestors don't want to offend Cloud and Beast, then let me do it. There was a piercing sharpness in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black and the old man in cyan couldn't help swallowing. This young man's character was really scary. It seemed that there was nothing he didn't dare to do. More than 3 months later, a huge valley came into Qin Feiyang's sight. From a distance, the valley looked like a maze. Moreover, the valley was huge. Even Shweta and Wang Ming could only see the tip of the iceberg. That's Fallen Valley, Shweta said. They used auxiliary spells the entire time and didn't stop to rest. Therefore, it only took them 3 months to reach Fallen Valley. Qin Feiyang looked up and scanned Fallen Valley. The valley was filled with thick blood fog. The deeper they went, the thicker the blood fog. And that was the evil force. But strangely, there wasn't any obvious evil force in the sky above Fallen Valley. Was Fallen Valley really the #1 forbidden area in Hades' hell as King Yu said? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but wonder. Let's go find Shui Er and the others first. With that, Shweta led the 3 of them and flew toward a big mountain on the left. In the mountain, there were many peaks. Many of the giant peaks were thousands of feet high. For the enormous blood demons, this was a very good hiding place. So, Qin Feiyang saw Shui Er and the others. They were sitting around a lake, cultivating with their eyes closed, but there seemed to be one person missing. Shweta coughed when he landed beside the lake. Shui Er and the others immediately opened their eyes and grinned. Boss, you're back. Yes. Shweta nodded and then retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and the others, who were standing behind Shweta, appeared. Brother Qin? Shui Er and the others were stunned and quickly got up to surround him. Shui Er asked suspiciously, Why did you come here in person? I haven't seen you for too long and miss you, so I came to visit you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Are you kidding me? Shui Er rolled his eyes. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. Wait. Poor they. They glanced at the middle-aged man in black and the old man in cyan with confusion in their eyes. Qin Feiyang said, They're my subordinates. Subordinates? Shui Er and the others were stunned. From Qin Feiyang's slightly cold expression, they were keenly aware that it wasn't that simple. Shweta glanced at them and asked, Where's Old Six? Why haven't I seen him? Old Six is monitoring Yi Zhong and the others. Shui Er said. Did Yi Zhong and the others do anything? Shweta asked. They're still the same as when you left. They want to enter Fallen Valley, but they don't dare to. Shui Er shook his head. Even the blood demons don't dare to enter. Do they? Shweta smiled disdainfully and looked at Qin Feiyang. Brother Qin, shall we go find Old Six? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, the group moved and approached Fallen Valley, but they all hid their auras. About 10 breaths later, the group arrived in front of a giant mountain and saw a blood-eyed giant hiding behind the mountain, looking ahead furtively. Old Six, how is it? Qin Feiyang and the others silently flew behind Shui Er and asked telepathically. Shui Er was startled, but when he turned around and saw that it was Qin Feiyang and the others, he was relieved. Chapter 2665. Brother Qin, you're here too. Blood Six smiled at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and asked, How is it? They're all over there. Blood Six pointed to the other side of the giant mountain. Qin Feiyang leaped to the top of the mountain and walked to the other side, looking down. He saw Yi Zhong, the chief pavilion master, the beast emperor, and the 8 ancestral dragons sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. Have they always been like this? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Blood Six said secretly. The 10 commanders didn't jump to the top of the mountain. Because their bodies were too big, They were easily discovered by Yi Zhong and the others. They came all the way to Fallen Valley and didn't think of a way to go in. What's the meaning of this? Qin Feiyang frowned. Since they didn't have the guts to go in, they might as well leave. Wasn't this a waste of time? A few days ago, I seem to have vaguely heard them talking about lunatic. Blood 6 said telepathically. What? They talked about senior brother lunatic? Qin Feiyang was stunned. But they were very quiet. I didn't hear what they were talking about. Blood 6 said secretly. That's strange. Qin Feiyang murmured. Why did they talk about senior brother lunatic? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang retreated to Shweta and the others and said, You've worked hard for so long. Go to the ancient city and rest. Leave the rest to me. The ancient city? Blood 2 and the others were stunned. Shweta said secretly, We've also brought the ancient city. What? Blood 2 and the others were stunned. Shweta said again, The Ghost King is also here. He's now in the ancient city. It can't be. Does the Ghost King also want to enter Fallen Valley? Blood 2 was surprised. Shweta nodded. This is too crazy. Blood 2 and the others looked at each other. Qin Feiyang and Shweta smiled at each other. After that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Shweta and the others to the ancient city of Qingyu. In the meantime, Madman was also taken out from the ancient Qingyu city. What are you doing? Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and said, Your master is down there, don't you want to go and see him? Master? Madman jumped to the top of the mountain and looked down. He pursed his lips and said, I'm going to cultivate. I don't have time to see him. I don't have the confidence to face them alone. Help me share the burden. Qin Feiyang thought. Bullshit. You can even crush these two idiots. Madman frowned as he pointed at the black-clothed middle-aged man. Please consider our feelings, okay? The two middle-aged men's faces darkened. Calling them idiots in front of their faces? Was there such a person? The madman glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Next time? The two of them were speechless. He really didn't put them in his eyes at all. But then Qin Feiyang's words made them even more depressed. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor have both mastered the power of law. The strength of the Chief Pavilion Master and the various ancestral dragons is also unfathomable. How can they compare? The two of them were in a terrible mood that couldn't be described with words. Could he not compare them? Seems like it. Madman thought for a while and nodded. Right. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the two middle-aged men and asked, Did the Chief Pavilion Master comprehend the power of law? But not many people know about it. The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. He asked in a low voice, What kind of law did she comprehend? The law of water. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. Amazing. Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at the madman. See, 3 people with the power of law. How do you want me to face them alone? Since we are brothers, we must be loyal to each other. We should share blessings and hardships together. The madman waved his hand and said helplessly, Okay, I will go with you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. With the madman's help, he didn't have to worry too much. Because the madman's strength was also extremely terrifying. And the madman also said last time that he wanted to go into seclusion to improve the level of his divine art. And in these 3 months, with his comprehension and potential, he would definitely be able to do it. After all, 1 day was 500 years. 3 months, that was tens of thousands of years. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the 2 middle-aged men in black. Do you still remember what I told you on the way? The 2 of them nodded. Then be careful later, don't reveal any flaws. Qin Feiyang reminded them and then took an awakening elixir and changed back to Li Bu's appearance. The middle-aged man in black and the old man in Sai, and also took an illusion elixir and turned into 2 unfamiliar faces. Although the dragons didn't know the identities of the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor, they knew the 8 divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Temple like the back of their hands. Therefore, They definitely couldn't meet Yi Zhong and the others with their real faces. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the four of them immediately rose into the air and pretended to fly toward the fallen valley. Someone's there? Yi Zhong suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. A trace of joy appeared in his eyes. Look, it's Li Bu and the madman. The chief pavilion master, the beast emperor, and the ancestral dragons all opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others in the sky. Like Yi Zhong, the ancestral dragons' faces were immediately filled with joy. But the chief pavilion master and the beast emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Master? Qin Feiyang and the madman also pretended to be stunned. They stopped in the void above and looked down at Yi Zhong and the others. I've finally found you. The two of them flew toward Yi Zhong and the others happily. Good. You're not dead. Yi Zhong nodded with relief. What's so good about it? I don't even know how many times I've been to the gates of hell over the years. Master, you're really something. You didn't even tell us in advance about such an important thing like teleporting. Qin Feiyang complained. Yi Zhong was originally very happy, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he remembered the scene of Qin Feiyang leading the madman into the Nether King's hell. He immediately became angry. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you still have the cheek to complain? Otherwise, you would have been too impulsive and lost us. Yi Zhong said angrily. Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened, and he said with an embarrassed smile, I was a little impulsive when I saw the Nether King's hell appear. Impulsiveness is the devil. Haven't you heard of this? The more Yi Zhong thought about it, the angrier he became. Qin Feiyang lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Old man Yi, that's enough. It's good that he's fine. Why are you still blaming him? The black-clothed ancestor dragon was speechless. Yi Zhong snorted coldly, I can't wait for him to die in the Nether King's hell. You're stubborn. The black-clothed ancestor dragon rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Don't be fooled by your master's current behavior. He has been worried about you all these years. Really? Qin Feiyang asked. Why would I lie to a junior like you? The black-clothed ancestor dragon was displeased. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and looked at Yi Zhong. Master, don't tell me you're the legendary sharp-tongued but soft-hearted person. Scram. Yi Zhong glared at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. I really don't want to ruin the joy of your reunion, but there is a problem that I think I should clarify. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Yi Zhong and the other ancestor dragons turned to look at the chief pavilion master. Because the person who spoke was her. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other, and also looked at the chief pavilion master with a sneer in their eyes. Was he going to start making things difficult for them? The chief pavilion master looked at Madman and said, I'm very curious, how did you escape from the hands of the Nether King? Yi Zhong and the others were slightly stunned when they heard this. That's right. Back then, Madman was caught by the Nether King. In an instant, everyone looked at Madman, their eyes filled with doubt. Everyone present should be clear about the strength of the Nether King. With Madman's little cultivation, how could he escape from his hands? The chief pavilion master sneered. But when he said the word, cultivation, the chief pavilion master's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked at Madman in surprise. It was actually the small success 9th heaven realm. Following that, the chief pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang and found that Qin Feiyang was also at the small success 9th heaven realm. How could he be so fast? The chief pavilion master immediately shouted, What's going on with your cultivation? In just a short 100 years, you broke through so many small realms in succession? Yi Zhong and the others also noticed the changes in their cultivation, and they were all in disbelief. Qin Feiyang had already thought of an excuse. He looked at the chief pavilion master and said indifferently, half a year ago, we accidentally obtained an opportunity. It was this opportunity that allowed us to break through to the small success 9th heaven realm. Opportunity? I'd like to know what kind of opportunity allowed you to break through so many realms in succession. The chief pavilion master sneered. Are you going to fight until the end? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. He chuckled and said, In the underworld king's hell, regardless of whether it is divine items or fortuitous encounters, there are countless of them. If you do not know, that is because you are ignorant. You did not encounter any, but that does not mean that there are none. How dare you? The chief pavilion master was enraged. Cough cough. Yizhong coughed and said, Li Bu, she's the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. You can't be so rude. Qin Feiyang said in shock. So it's the chief pavilion master. Sorry for the disrespect. Pumph. The chief pavilion master snorted. The changes in our cultivation are indeed related to that opportunity. They were there too. Madman pointed at Wang Ming and Li Bu and said. Yizhong and the others finally noticed Wang Ming and Li Bu and asked suspiciously, who are they? They're also from the north region. They were the ones who helped us when we were in danger. Seeing that their cultivation was good, I let them travel with us. It's good that we can take care of each other. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Greetings, Chief Pavilion Master Yi. Greetings, ancestral dragons. Wang Ming and Li Bu hurriedly bowed. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons nodded. The Beast Emperor, who had been silent all this time, asked, what kind of opportunity was it? At that time, we were chased by ferocious beasts and fled deep into the mountains. Then we found a very old cave. We didn't think much at that time. We just wanted to enter the cave to avoid the pursuit of the ferocious beasts. But when we entered the cave, we found that there was a seal on the cave and we couldn't enter. After that, we avoided the pursuit of the ferocious beasts and tried everything to break the seal. When we entered the cave, we found a small tree that we had never seen before. There were 2 godly fruits on the tree. The changes in our cultivation were because we ate these 2 fruits. Qin Feiyang said, what kind of godly fruit can actually help you break through so many realms? Yi Zhong was surprised. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and casually condensed a fruit. The fruit was blood red and was the size of a palm. The shadows of a blood phoenix and a blood dragon lingered around it, looking quite magical. Anyway, it was made up and didn't need to be real. Chapter 2666. Never seen it before. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon shook his head. This sovereign has never seen it before either. The other ancestral dragons also shook their heads. Madman secretly despised them. This was made up by Qin Feiyang. It would be strange if you guys had seen it before. We don't know what this is either, but its power is really heaven-defying. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons looked at each other without any doubts. First of all, because in their opinion, Qin Feiyang and Madman wouldn't lie to them. After all, Qin Feiyang was Yi Zhong's disciple and Madman was Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon's disciple. Secondly, the Nether King's hell was mysterious and even had heaven-defying divine objects. Furthermore, there were more than 1 or 2 of them, so it wasn't strange for there to be such a magical fruit. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon looked at Madman and said, then back to the topic, how did you escape from King Yu? Madman sighed, this is a long story. Chief Pavilion Master said, it doesn't matter, we have plenty of time, take your time. Madman frowned. Targeting him once or twice should be enough, right? Again? Interesting? The dignified Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion only had such methods? Chief Pavilion Master said, speak, I'll see how you make it up. My bad temper. Madman was instantly enraged and shouted, did I dig your ancestral grave? Or did I kidnap your daughter and sell her to a brothel? You've been targeting me time and time again? Bastard. Chief Pavilion Master was also furious. Cough cough. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon coughed dryly and looked at Madman. Kid, what are you talking about? I already told you, she's the Chief Pavilion Master, you have to be polite. I want to be polite to her, but she doesn't realize it, what can I do? Madman snorted coldly. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon smiled and turned to look at the Chief Pavilion Master. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Madman hasn't even said it yet, and you're saying that he's making it up? Aren't you deliberately making him look bad? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon God looked a little displeased. That's right. If I've offended you, just say it. Don't jump around like a clown. Madman said. Cuff cuff. It's getting more and more ridiculous. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon glared at Madman with a dark expression. How could a clown be used to describe the dignified Chief Pavilion Master? What a blabbermouth! Boom! The Chief Pavilion Master was furious. A terrifying pressure rolled towards the madman. Ancestral Gragon raised his eyebrows. He stared at the Chief Pavilion Master and said, I don't think that's necessary. However, before Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon could finish his sentence, another aura erupted. Ancestral Dragon was stunned and turned to look at Madman. You want to fight? All right. I've long found you an eyesore. Madman ignored the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon and shouted at the Chief Pavilion Master. His eyes flickered with ruthlessness. Did you see that? You have no respect for your elders and are lawless. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what's good for you. The Chief Pavilion Master trembled with anger. Cut the crap. Madman roared. Boom. The Blood Devil domain opened. A blood-red barrier instantly enveloped the Chief Pavilion Master. The Chief Pavilion Master's Peak 9 Heavens Realm cultivation base began to plummet. Peak 9 Heavens Realm. Greater 9 Heavens Realm. Lesser 9 Heavens Realm. Initial 9 Heavens Realm. Finally, the Chief Pavilion Master's cultivation base actually fell to half-step 9 Heavens Realm. This is too exaggerated. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was obvious that the madman had raised the Blood Devil art to the supreme level. And this Blood Devil domain could only strip off 4 small realms before, but now it could strip off 5 small realms. Such a heaven-defying ability, even if it was the Chief Pavilion Master, he could only be beaten up. This sudden change was not only out of Qin Feiyang's expectations, Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons were also shocked. As for the Chief Pavilion Master, he was caught off guard. Madman rushed in front of the Chief Pavilion Master. Before the Chief Pavilion Master could react, he immediately gave him a slap. Put. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The Chief Pavilion Master also flew out on the spot and smashed into the ground with a bang. He looked extremely miserable. Yi Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. As expected of the madman, he even dared to hit the Chief Pavilion Master? Most importantly, he even slapped his face. After all, what an expert at this level hated the most was being slapped in the face. Especially being slapped in front of so many people, for such an expert, it was a great humiliation. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. The Chief Pavilion Master was also stunned. When he came back to his senses, he immediately roared and suddenly stood up. A wave of water rolled out. Not good. It's the law of water. Wang Ming and the other ancestral dragon's pupils shrank as they shouted. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The madman narrowed his eyes slightly. Not only was he not afraid at all, he even had the urge to give it a try. Boom. And it was also at this moment. Yi Zhong waved his hand, and a flame surged out and blasted at the wave of water. This was also the power of law. The law of fire. The 2 powers of law collided with a loud bang, and the 4 giant peaks immediately collapsed. Everyone rose into the air one after another. Yi Zhong looked at the Chief Pavilion Master and said with a smile, Why bother with a junior? You're blaming me? The anger in the Chief Pavilion Master's heart instantly flared up. Yi Zhong shouted, Madman, hurry up and apologize to the Chief Pavilion Master. Apologize to her? Why should I? Don't stop me, watch how I deal with her today. Does she really think she can go to heaven? The madman rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. But just as he finished speaking, Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon took a step forward and knocked the madman on the head. What? The madman glared at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon. I think you're the one who wants to go to heaven. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said angrily. The madman rubbed his head, his face full of grievance. Why aren't you apologizing? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. The madman pursed his lips, looked at the Chief Pavilion Master, and said indifferently, Old witch, I'm sorry, I hit a little too hard. I will be careful next time. Next time? The Chief Pavilion Master's body trembled from anger. What kind of apology was this? Where was the sincerity? Rather than an apology, it was better to humiliate her again. Yi Zhong smiled and said, "Since he has already apologized, you should be magnanimous and don't bother about it. He is my disciple after all. As my disciple, he is naturally a member of the dragons." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. These words were already a naked threat. If you touch him, you are not giving face to the dragons. If you don't give face to the dragons, then it will be difficult for your treasure pavilion to establish a foothold in the ancient realm. The chief pavilion master looked at the three of them with a gloomy expression. "I will not bother with him for your sake, but if there is a next time, then don't blame me for being merciless." The chief pavilion master finally compromised. Because she had to compromise. Now she only had one ally, and that was the Beast Emperor. And the Beast Emperor had infiltrated the dragons with great difficulty. When he gained the trust of the dragons, he would definitely not expose his identity easily. Therefore, she was equivalent to being alone. How could one person fight with Chairman Yi and the others? Taking a step back, even if the Beast Emperor helped her, she and the Beast Emperor would not be able to fight against Chairman Yi and the various ancestral dragons. Therefore, she could only choose to swallow her anger. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon smiled slightly and turned to look at Frenzy. "Tell me then. It's all thanks to my cleverness that I was able to escape." Frenzy said. "Don't be so smug." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's face darkened. "I'm not. The truth. At that time, King Yu did want to kill me, but I had an idea and told him that I was your disciple." King Yu was stunned. "I didn't expect that I was actually your disciple. Then I told King Yu that it's useless to kill me. Why not keep me alive? Master will definitely come to save me in the future. By then, you can use me to threaten him, right?" King Yu thought about it and felt that it made sense. "So, he imprisoned me in the ancient King Yu city. But am I the kind of person who will sit and wait for death? Of course not." Then one day, someone suddenly came to the ancient King Yu city. Guess who he is? You definitely won't be able to guess that this person is Qin Feiyang. Frenzy said. Yi Zhong said, "We know that Qin Feiyang is in the ancient King Yu city." "How did you know?" Frenzy was surprised. "Not long after you were captured, I returned to the giant Dragon Mountain range and waited for the princess and the rest. It was also at that time that I met Qin Feiyang. At that time, he was with King Yu and the 10 commanders." Yi Zhong said. "So that's the case." Frenzy was enlightened. "Continue." Yi Zhong said. "I wonder how this Qin Feiyang managed to convince King Yu? King Yu actually sent all the 9 Heavens Realm experts to the various ancient cities to collect blood." Frenzy sighed. "Collect blood?" Yi Zhong and the various ancestral dragons frowned. Ancestral Dragon asked, "Why did he ask the blood demons to collect blood? Could it be that he wants to activate the slaughter zone?" "I don't know. However, it's definitely impossible to activate the slaughter zone. After all, there are rules and restrictions here." Frenzy shook his head. "It's really strange." Yi Zhong mumbled. "Also, I heard the princess's voice." Frenzy said. "Princess?" The various ancestral dragons were bewildered. "Not only the princess, but also the dragon god." Frenzy nodded. "It can't be. The dragon god is back." Everyone was bewildered. "At that time, I was imprisoned and only heard their voices. I didn't see them with my own eyes. However, the dragon god seemed to have made a move on Qin Feiyang. And I seized this opportunity to escape amidst the chaos." Frenzy said. Ancestral Dragon asked, "Then, did the dragon god kill Qin Feiyang?" "I don't know about this." Frenzy shook his head. "Since the dragon god is here, why are you still trying to escape? Just go and find the dragon god." Ancestral Dragon said. "The dragon god doesn't know that I'm your disciple. What if he treats me as Qin Feiyang's accomplice? Then wouldn't I be wronged to death?" Frenzy said. Ancestral Dragon stared at him speechlessly. But thinking about it, only the people present knew that he accepted Frenzy as his disciple. Even the princess didn't know about it. If Frenzy were to appear, the dragon god might really treat him as Qin Feiyang's accomplice. Since the dragon god personally made a move, Qin Feiyang is definitely dead. The white-clothed woman smiled. That's right. To be able to get rid of this disaster, that's really a great thing. It's a pity that I didn't kill him personally. The blood-clothed youth sneered. You need to have the ability to do so. Frenzy secretly sneered. Qin Feiyang, who was standing at the side, also had a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 2667. After hearing Madman's words, Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons didn't doubt him, because Madman mentioned the dragon god. In their hearts, the dragon god was an omnipotent existence. Since the dragon god had personally appeared, then there was definitely no problem. However, the chief pavilion master and beast emperor sneered in their hearts. A group of idiots, fooled by two immature brats. When the time comes, you will cry. They knew Qin Feiyang's true identity, so they naturally knew that this was definitely made up by Qin Feiyang and Madman. But they didn't know. The appearance of the dragon god was indeed true. Then how did you find Fallen Valley? Yi Zhong asked with a smile. It was Madman's suggestion. He said that when he was in the giant Dragon Mountain range, he heard you mention Fallen Valley more than once, so he came to try his luck. I didn't expect to really meet you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Good. You can even think of this as expected of our disciple. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon laughed proudly. Yi Zhong said, Don't praise them, be careful that their tails don't reach the sky. You still don't believe me when I say you are a stubborn old man? Young man, when it's time to praise, only then can you encourage them. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Yi Zhong rolled his eyes and asked, Since Madman is here, then can we prepare to enter Fallen Valley? Yes, we have to start preparing. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon nodded. Madman hurriedly reached out and interrupted the two, frowning, What does your entering Fallen Valley have to do with me? You don't know. There are two biggest threats in Fallen Valley. One of them is the evil power. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. That's right. Even the blood demon race can't absorb the evil power of Fallen Valley. If you stay inside for too long, even the blood demon race will have their soul corroded by the evil power. Yi Zhong nodded. Even the blood demons can't absorb it? Madman and Qin Feiyang were shocked. To the blood devils, the evil power was like vital essence that could increase their cultivation. But now, the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon was telling them that the blood demon race couldn't absorb the evil power here. This was too unbelievable. We once saw a few blood devils charge into Fallen Valley. They all have the cultivation of the Nine Heavens realm. But in the end, they turned into blood puppets in less than an hour. Yi Zhong said, his eyes filled with fear. Blood puppet? Qin Feiyang and Qin Feng were stunned. The blood puppets are another big threat to Fallen Valley. The Fallen Valley is different from other places. The evil energy here has a mysterious power. Whether it is humans, blood demons, dragons, or ferocious beasts, after their souls are eroded by this evil power, they will all become puppets. And after becoming a puppet, they will no longer have their previous memories, only killing. Yi Zhong said. This is too scary. Madman swallowed his saliva and said, Let's not go. Scary is scary. But you are different. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon smiled. I am also a human, how am I different from you? Madman said. You can absorb the evil power. And you can enter the moon of evil. Think about it, you can even enter the moon of evil. Then entering Fallen Valley will definitely not be a problem. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. So this is the reason why you accepted me as your disciple? You want to use me to enter Fallen Valley? Madman frowned. Cough. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon coughed and said angrily, Who talks to their master like this? Am I not? Back then, when I fell into the hands of the Dark King and asked you for help, what did you say? You told me to pray for myself. What? Now that I have escaped alive, you want me to bring you to Fallen Valley? Wishful thinking. Madman snorted. You have to understand your master. After all, the Dark King is too strong. If I went to save you back then, both of us would have died. Besides, you being able to escape, isn't it also thanks to me? The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon smiled, but his smile was very awkward. You also have a contribution? Wait. What does this have to do with you? Madman looked at him suspiciously. You just said that because you said you are my disciple, the Dark King didn't kill you. Although there is no direct connection, it can be considered an indirect contribution. The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon said. Madman looked at the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon in shock. Looking at Madman's eyes, no matter how thick-skinned the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon was, he couldn't help but blush. Then, let bygones be bygones. Let's hurry to Fallen Valley. If we are lucky, we might really get 1 or 2 divine items. Qin Feiyang stood out to smooth things over. Yes. The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon nodded. But I have a condition. Madman said. The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon said, not to mention one condition, even 10 or 100 will do. Madman said, when we enter Fallen Valley, the first divine item we get must be mine. This, the Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon hesitated. Yizhong smiled. Of course, because this is what you deserve. Old Yi, you. The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon looked at Yizhong with dissatisfaction. After being together for so long, you still don't know this madman's temper? If we don't agree, even if you put a knife to his neck, it will be useless. Let's talk about it later. He is your disciple. What's the difference between giving him the divine item and giving it to you? Yizhong thought. The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon was stunned and transmitted his voice with a smile. That makes sense. You are still the cunning one. Cunning? Yizhong was speechless. He looked at Madman and said, then let's go. This is what we agreed on. When we really encounter the divine item later, don't go crazy. Madman said. Who do you think we are? We will definitely do what we say. Yizhong was displeased. All right. Madman nodded and smiled. Let's go. The group immediately turned around and flew toward the Fallen Valley. Young Lord. Suddenly, Wang Ming's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang glanced at him. Wang Ming hesitated for a moment and transmitted his voice. I really can't help but say something. The ancient city of King Yuwang is in your hands now. You want me to take the opportunity to take it for myself? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Ming could tell that Qin Feiyang was a little angry when he heard his words. But he still braced himself and transmitted his voice. That's right. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang asked. Isn't this 500 years a day time array a reason enough? Wang Ming asked in return. So in your eyes, my friendship with the blood demon race can't be compared to a time array? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. This? Wang Ming didn't know how to answer for a moment. Let me tell you. As a person, you must know how to be grateful. King Yuang takes care of me and trusts me so much. How can I do something that will disappoint him? Don't even mention this matter in the future. Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. Mutual deception was targeted at the enemy. But friends naturally had to be treated sincerely. Wang Ming's gaze trembled and he hurriedly replied respectfully secretly. Although he had already expected this outcome, he still couldn't help feeling disappointed. Beside him, Yang Li couldn't help sighing secretly when he saw Wang Ming's expression. This young lord was good in all aspects, except for the fact that he valued friendship too much. There were both good and bad things about this. Very soon, the group landed in front of the entrance of a valley. There were towering peaks on both sides and only a narrow intersection in the middle. This is the entrance to Fallen Valley. Yizhong said. Why don't we fly in directly? Lunatic was suspicious. If we can fly in directly, we will definitely do so. However, there's no way to fly in the sky above Fallen Valley. Yizhong said. No way to fly? Lunatic and Qin Feiyang looked at each other with bewilderment in their eyes. That's right. In Fallen Valley, we can't even teleport. We can only walk. Yizhong nodded. We can only walk? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Then this fallen valley was indeed not simple. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said, "Lunatic, go in first and see if you can absorb the evil power here." "All right." Lunatic nodded and glanced at the sky before striding into the entrance of the valley. The inside and outside of the valley were two completely different worlds. Although there was evil power outside, there was basically no danger to one's life as long as one refined it daily. However, the evil power inside was even more terrifying than the tunnel they had passed through to enter. However, Lunatic felt extremely familiar with the evil power that even the blood demon race couldn't absorb. Standing inside, he was like a fish in water. His entire body was extremely comfortable. Boom! With a thought from him, the evil energy in the surroundings surged into his body like a tide. "So comfortable," Lunatic murmured. This feeling was like returning to his mother's embrace. It was warm and comfortable. At this moment, Lunatic felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the depths of Fallen Valley. It was as if there was something calling him from the depths. Why is this happening? Lunatic was extremely confused. Not only could he absorb the evil power, but he also felt this throbbing. Was it really like what that senior said? Was this Nether King's hell related to him? "Are you okay?" Seeing Lunatic standing motionless on the ground, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but worry. Lunatic came back to his senses and turned to Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine." With that he left the valley. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon asked, "Then can you absorb it?" "There's no threat." Lunatic nodded. "You're really a freak." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon shook his head in amazement and then smiled. "But this is a good thing." "It is good. But I don't know if you've noticed a problem," Qin Feiyang said. "What problem?" Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons looked at him suspiciously. "It's true that senior brother Lunatic can absorb the evil power, but have you thought about how he's going to bring us in? You have to know that once he absorbs the evil power, it will come from all directions. At that time, we can't avoid being enveloped by the evil power. And because Lunatic absorbs the evil power around him will be even more terrifying. And I believe you know that the divine power barrier can't block the evil power. So, facing the evil power's endless corrosion, he can't bring us into Fallen Valley," Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 2668. That's simple. I will absorb all the evil force in Fallen Valley, Madman said domineeringly. That's not realistic at all. Look at how big Fallen Valley is. Even we can't see the end. How long do you need to absorb it? A few hundred years? A few thousand years? We can't afford it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman frowned. It seemed to make sense. So right now, the only one who can enter Fallen Valley is you, Qin Feiyang said. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons. Then I will go in alone. You guys will watch from the outside? Wishful thinking. Ancestral Dragon glared at him and said, We have already thought of the problems you mentioned. Already thought of it? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked, Since you have already thought of it, then you should have already prepared a countermeasure, right? Ancestral Dragon smiled and shook his head. It's not a good countermeasure. Tell us. Qin Feiyang said. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said, The solution is to absorb all the evil power in Fallen Valley, just as mad scientists said. This, Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Listen to what I have to say first. We have already figured out Fallen Valley. It's not as big as you think. As for Madman's speed of absorbing the evil force, I have also seen it. According to my judgment, it will take at most 100 years to absorb it all. Ancestral Dragon said. 100 years, Qin Feiyang frowned. Even if it was only 100 years, it was still a long time. Why don't we not go? There might not be any heaven-defying treasures inside. Madman said. He also felt that it was too long. 100 years was enough for him to break through to the complete Nine Heavens realm if he entered the time array in the ancient city. We have waited for so long for this opportunity. How can we give it up? Let's talk about it later. No one knows if there are any divine items in this fallen valley. What if there are? And there might be more than one or two. Ancestral Dragon said. But these 100 years, Madman frowned. Although something in the depths of Fallen Valley was calling him, he did not want to waste any time. Moreover, even if he wanted to go in, he didn't want to bring Yi Zhong and the others with him. How nice it would be to go in alone. Even if there was a heaven-defying divine item, no one would snatch it from him. But now, the arrow was already knocked. If he did not do as the Ancestral Dragon said, the dragons would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. Wait! Suddenly, Madman turned to look at Fallen Valley with a trace of surprise in his eyes. If he could absorb the evil power of the Fallen Valley, would his divine power be able to isolate the evil power as well? After all, his divine power had now become the power of evil. If his divine power could isolate the evil power of Fallen Valley, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Thinking of this, he took another step forward and entered the Valley of the Fallen. What is he doing? Qin Fiang, Yi Zhong, and the others looked at Madman suspiciously. He can't be thinking of leaving us behind and running in alone, right? The Chief Pavilion Master shouted angrily. When Yi Zhong and the others heard this, they could not help but frown. Qin Feiyang also looked at the Chief Pavilion Master and frowned. I really want to know, what are you thinking? The Chief Pavilion Master said, What do you think I am thinking? Trying to sow discord again and again, I think your motive is not simple. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. This woman was about to anger him. I am just voicing my doubts, is that not allowed? The Chief Pavilion Master raised his eyebrows. Up to you, but you have to remember one thing, there is a limit to a person's patience. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at Madman. When the Chief Pavilion Master heard this, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He looked at Madman again. He stood motionless in the valley. Suddenly, Madman released his divine power. An enchantment appeared. Just as this enchantment appeared, a shocking scene appeared. The evil force that permeated the surroundings was actually completely isolated outside the enchantment. This, Yi Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. This could actually be done? Time passed by. Even after dozens of breaths, there was still no trace of evil force entering the enchantment. In other words, the divine power enchantment condensed by Madman could completely isolate the evil force of Fallen Valley. This is too heaven-defying. What a huge surprise. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons came back to their senses and were immediately overjoyed. To be able to completely isolate the evil force, was there a need to absorb it? They could just go in directly. Pervert. Qin Feiyang's heart was also shocked to the extreme. This madman was simply a monster. Madman also laughed. And he laughed very happily. Suddenly, he turned around, looked at the Chief Pavilion Master and joked, Old witch, what did you say just now? Come, say it again. The Chief Pavilion Master's face was extremely ugly. Say it. What? You don't dare? Madman wantonly provoked. Don't go too far. The Chief Pavilion Master said gloomily. I am bullying you, so what? I have the capital. Because now, whether you can enter Fallen Valley or not, it all depends on my mood. Madman looked at her proudly. The Chief Pavilion Master clenched her hands. This was the problem she was worried about. At that time, if everyone entered Fallen Valley and only she was left outside by Madman, it would be a huge loss. Because now, only Madman could bring them in. Beg me. As long as your attitude is more sincere, I will bring you into Fallen Valley. Madman chuckled. That? Madman, I think that's enough. There's nothing to be calculative about. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Ancestral Dragon looked at Madman and persuaded. Master, I don't agree with this. You all heard what she said just now. She actually thought that I would abandon everyone and enter Fallen Valley alone. She's doubting my character. How can I just let this go? Master, don't say that I didn't give you face. If she doesn't beg me today, I will only bring Li Bu in and the rest of you stay outside. Madman snorted, his attitude was very firm. There was no other way. He did have the right to be firm. Who asked him to be the only one who could bring everyone into Fallen Valley? The moment he said this, the atmosphere changed. In the giant Dragon Mountain range, everyone had been with Madman for 100 years, so they understood his character quite well. If he said it, then he would do it. That old black, you don't seem to have any dignity as a master. The white-robed woman looked at Madman and secretly transmitted her voice. She was a little uncomfortable with Madman's attitude. What can I do? It's not like you don't know this kid's temper. When he gets angry, he is a devil incarnate. Plus, he is the hope of our entire village. Ancestral Dragon smiled bitterly. The hope of the entire village? The white-robed woman's mouth twitched. When did this old thing learn to talk nonsense? That, Chief Pavilion Master, just apologize. Yeah. Although Madman is eccentric, he still has a sense of propriety. After all, he didn't ask you to do anything else, just apologize. Plus, this is your fault in the first place. In the future, before you figure out the situation, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. All the ancestral dragons looked at the Chief Pavilion Master and said, I'm a villain? He's a gentleman? The Chief Pavilion Master was instantly enraged and roared. Do you know that he and Li Bu, Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched as he shouted, what do you want to say? The Chief Pavilion Master immediately glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. You want to expose our identity? I advise you to be rational. Because your and the Beast Emperor's identity is also a taboo. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. The Chief Pavilion Master's gaze trembled slightly. The Beast Emperor looked at Yi Zhong and the others, then at Madman and Qin Feiyang, and said telepathically, Supreme Cloud, just apologize. The Chief Pavilion Master was extremely sullen, feeling that everyone was targeting him. Didn't you see the eyes of Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons? Now, no matter how angry you are, you have to hold it in. The Beast Emperor said telepathically. The Chief Pavilion Master's heart skipped a beat as he immediately glanced at Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons. He realized that there was a cold glint in their eyes. In order to enter Fallen Valley, the ancestral dragons can be said to have put in a lot of effort. If you ruin their plans, they will definitely not let you go. If you want to vent your anger, wait until you get the heaven-defying divine item. The Beast Emperor thought. Hearing this, the Chief Pavilion Master took a few deep breaths and looked at Madman. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I didn't hear it. Madman rubbed his ears and said indifferently. I'm sorry, please forgive me. The Chief Pavilion Master clenched his fists, holding back his anger as he roared. Ha! Madman immediately laughed and said, Then, come in. As he spoke, the barrier rapidly expanded until it was 1,000 feet wide. Inside the barrier, there was not a single wisp of evil power. Qin Feiyang led Wang Ming and the Beast Emperor into the barrier first. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons quickly followed. Let's go! The Beast Emperor glanced at the Chief Pavilion Master and said secretly before he also entered the barrier. Madman glanced at the Chief Pavilion Master and said cheerfully, If you didn't come, we would have left. The Chief Pavilion Master exhaled and finally entered the barrier as well. Let's go! Madman waved his hand and led the group into the depths of Fallen Valley in high spirits. How magical! Everyone looked at the barrier with bewilderment in their eyes. Old Man Yi, fortunately, I listened to your advice back then and didn't continue to use him. Otherwise, how could we enter Fallen Valley so easily? The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon couldn't help sighing. It's good that you know. Yi Zhong smiled inwardly. A person like Madman absolutely couldn't have the slightest bit of malice, otherwise the ancestral dragons would be the ones to suffer in the end. Let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and pay attention to the surroundings. Madman, slow down. The Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon instructed as he scanned his surroundings carefully. Chapter 2669. Fallen Valley was very big. Due to the density of the evil energy, they could only see within a range of 1,000 feet. At this speed, who knew how many years it would take to search the entire Fallen Valley? Yi Zhong asked, Frenzy, can the barrier expand a little more? Let me try. Frenzy released his divine power. The barrier began to expand slowly. 2,000 feet. 3,000 feet. 6,000 feet. Finally, it expanded to 10,000 feet. It can't get any bigger? Yi Zhong asked. Frenzy nodded. But what? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Why are you so stupid? I used my divine power to create this barrier. The bigger the barrier, the more divine power it consumes. We don't know how big Fallen Valley is. Of course we have to save enough divine power to fight a long battle. Frenzy rolled his eyes. Everyone laughed awkwardly when they heard this. Look over there, there seems to be a cave. Suddenly, Wang Ming's surprised voice rang out. Everyone was slightly taken aback and immediately looked in the direction Wang Ming was pointing. They saw a dark cave on the cliff on the left. The cave was halfway up the mountain, about 100 meters above the ground. Why would there be a cave in such a place? Yang Li was suspicious. Even the Blood Demon tribe didn't dare to step into Fallen Valley. Even the Blood Demon tribe didn't dare to enter, let alone other living beings. Since no living beings dared to step in, where did this cave come from? Shall we go in and take a look? Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and the others and asked. We have to take a look. Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon's eyes flashed. Swish. The group walked to the bottom of the cliff and suddenly jumped, landing at the entrance of the cave. Although they couldn't fly, experts at their level could easily jump 1,000 feet high. So, the height of a mere 1,000 feet was nothing to them. The entrance was quite big and could accommodate 20 to 30 people. Everyone stood in front of the entrance and looked inside. The cave was not very deep, about 1,000 feet deep. On the uneven ground in the middle of the cave, there were 5 palm-sized wooden boxes. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the 5 wooden boxes, and they hurriedly ran inside. It doesn't have the aura of a seal. It shouldn't be a heaven-defying divine object. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Madman nodded as well. Ancestral Gragon was the first to grab a wooden box and immediately opened it. A jade slip immediately appeared. In the meantime, Yi Zhong, Beast Emperor, the Chief Pavilion Master, and Wang Ming each grabbed a wooden box and opened it. Each of the wooden boxes contained a jade slip. But soon, disappointment appeared on their faces. This jade slip of mine is only a paragon-level divine art. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. My jade slip is even worse. It's a legendary divine art. Yi Zhong said. Mine is still alright. It's a paragon-level support-type divine art. The Beast Emperor said. Mine is also a legendary-level divine art. Mine is a legendary-level support-type divine art. The Chief Pavilion Master and Wang Ming also spoke. 3 legendary-level divine arts, 2 paragon-level divine arts. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. These divine arts might not have much value in their eyes, but to ordinary people, they were equivalent to treasures. Don't be so disappointed. Because this is actually good news for us. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and the others and smiled. Good news? Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Think about it. We just entered Fallen Valley, and we already found 3 legendary-level divine arts and 2 paragon-level divine arts. What does this mean? It means that Fallen Valley has a large number of divine objects. Then there must be heaven-defying divine objects. Qin Feiyang said. Li Bu is right. Let's continue to search. The woman in white nodded. Wang Ming asked, what about these divine arts? Yi Zhong pondered for a while and said, although these divine arts are worthless to us, they are priceless to ordinary people. Everyone nodded. After all, only a few people had heaven-defying divine arts. Like now. Although everyone present was a top figure in the divine land, who had heaven-defying divine arts. No one. Only Qin Feiyang and Madman had them. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, a sovereign-level deity technique was the best. Yi Zhong thought for a while and said, how about this? Let one person keep them first, and we'll split them after we leave Fallen Valley. Who will keep them? The Beast Emperor asked. The youth in red said, of course it's me. Madman said. The youth in red looked at Madman in shock. He wanted to say that the dragons would keep them. As for keeping them, it was just an excuse. If they really fell into the hands of the dragons, they wouldn't be able to get them to spit them out. After all, this hell belonged to the dragon god. The treasures found here should belong to the dragons. Besides, there were so many dragons under the dragon god. There were also the 4 dragon god palaces with countless disciples. These all required resources. But who would have thought that Madman would interfere? Madman was the disciple of Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon. And he was Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's brother. As a junior, he was disrespected in public, which made him quite unhappy. Madman completely ignored him and said, "I brought you in, so I'll keep these treasures. You shouldn't have any objections, right?" The youth in red was about to reprimand him. But Ancestral Dragon was one step ahead and smiled at Madman. "We're all on the same side. What objections can we have?" "Old Black, what do you mean? You're spoiling him too much." The youth in red said telepathically. "He's my disciple. What's the difference between letting him keep them and letting us keep them? In the end, they'll all return to us dragons." Ancestral Dragon said telepathically. "You're spoiling him. Sooner or later, he won't even put you in his eyes." The youth in red snorted secretly. "Although he's a bit stubborn, I believe that he still knows how to respect his teacher." Ancestral Dragon laughed secretly. The youth in red glanced at him and didn't say anything. "Take it." Ancestral Dragon put the jade slip back into the wooden box and threw it to Madman. Yi Zhong and the others also handed the wooden box to Madman. Madman laughed and put it into his yin and yang ring. "Let's go, we'll keep looking." The group searched the cave carefully and didn't find any other treasures, so they left the cave and continued their search. Madman laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang, not bad, right? How could he not see through the youth in red's thoughts? But the youth in red didn't know that Madman was also thinking the same thing. As long as it entered Madman's pocket, it would be difficult to get him to take it out. "You're keeping these deity arts because you want to bring them back to Nine Heaven Palace?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. "As expected, I can't hide anything from you." "That's right. You know the situation of Nine Heaven Palace. Not to mention sovereign deity arts, even legendary deity artifacts are rarely seen. And now, with such a good opportunity, I'll definitely take some back." Madman transmitted. "If Grand Elder hears your words, he'll probably wake up laughing." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Madman's actions might not seem important, but there was a deep meaning behind it. Because this meant that Madman was trying to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing Nine Heaven Palace. And wasn't this what Grand Elder and Hui Yi wanted? Because in their eyes, Madman had the ability to do so. But because of his personality, he wasn't willing to do it. "But, I won't forget you, we'll split it equally." As for Ancestral Dragon, Chief Pavilion Master, and Beast Emperor, don't even think about it. Madman laughed secretly. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but find it funny. A group of old foxes and a little fox, how interesting. But he didn't know. In Madman's eyes, he was also a little fox. In less than half an hour, they found another 25 deity arts. Most of them were legendary deity arts, and the rest were sovereign deity arts. Moreover, they also found 16 deity artifacts, 10 teleportation artifacts, 6 sovereign deity artifacts. And these treasures, without exception, all entered Madman's universe ring. Strange. Why haven't we encountered the blood puppet they mentioned? Madman said secretly. Although the problem of evil force was solved, there were still other threats. Just like the blood puppet, no one knew where these blood puppets were hiding. Danger was always there. Don't worry, we'll encounter it sooner or later. After all, we're still at the edge. Qin Feiyang said secretly. That's right. They didn't go directly into the depths, but searched along the edge of Fallen Valley. 2 days later, the group circled the edge and slowly moved forward, finally going more than 10 miles into Fallen Valley. A distance of more than 10 miles was just a step for them. But because they had to carefully search for deity artifacts and go around Fallen Valley, it was very slow. In these 2 days, the number of deity arts and deity artifacts they obtained added up to 3 digits. 2 days later, in the morning, in front of them, a bloody and violent aura suddenly appeared. This is, Qin Feiyang and Madman were surprised. This is the aura of the blood puppet, everyone be careful. Yi Zhong said in a low voice. Blood puppet. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. It seemed that not only were they not nervous, but they were also eager to try. Yi Zhong soon noticed the abnormality of the two and said in a low voice, Don't underestimate the blood puppet. What? The two looked at him suspiciously. This blood puppet? Before Yi Zhong could finish his words, a huge beast shadow suddenly appeared in the blood mist outside the barrier. It was a blood leopard. It had the cultivation of the perfect ninth heaven realm. A pair of blood-red eyes, without any vitality, were empty and filled with a bloodthirsty light. Don't look, let's go. Yi Zhong said secretly. Okay. Madman nodded. But he was puzzled. Even if it was a blood puppet, it only had the cultivation of the perfect ninth heaven realm. What was Yi Zhong afraid of? And he also found out. Not only Yi Zhong, but even the Beast Emperor and the ancestral dragons had a deep fear in their eyes. P.S. I was delayed by something today. The remaining 2 chapters will be released later. Chapter 2670. A perfect ninth heaven realm blood puppet actually made these giants who stood at the peak of the ancient world so afraid. It was obviously abnormal. Madman couldn't help but speed up. Boom. However, the blood puppet was even faster. It crashed into the barrier. With a crack, the barrier shattered. Immediately, Yi Zhong and the others' expressions changed. This was also the problem they were worried about. Because Madman was only at the ninth heaven realm, while the blood puppet was at the ninth heaven realm. With the blood puppet's cultivation, it could easily break Madman's barrier. Once the barrier was shattered, the evil power that had been isolated outside would swarm in. To them, this was fatal. As expected, as soon as Madman's barrier shattered, the evil force surged in and instantly drowned them. Whether it was Yi Zhong and the others or Qin Feiyang, they immediately felt the evil force crazily enter their bodies. It swallowed their blood and corroded their divine soul. Qin Feiyang was shocked to find that the evil force in Fallen Valley couldn't be refined. And it couldn't be expelled from the body. One had to know. Although the evil force outside was pervasive and couldn't be expelled from the body, at least it could be slowly refined. But it couldn't be refined here. What did it mean? It meant that the evil force would live in their bodies forever. Hee. Just as everyone was panicking, the blood puppet let out a sinister laugh and charged over. Scram! Yi Zhong roared and punched the blood puppet. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood puppet shattered in the void and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Madman finally came back to his senses and hurriedly urged his divine power to condense another barrier. The evil force was immediately isolated. How are you? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. Not good. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face a little pale. The evil force was beyond his imagination. If it wasn't for the soul-calming divine pearl, his divine soul would have been severely injured. After all, his cultivation was the weakest here. As for Madman, although his cultivation was the same as his, Madman wasn't afraid of the evil force. Therefore, among the group of people, his situation was the worst. It's not that the evil force can't be refined, but it will take a long time. I remember the first time I entered Fallen Valley, the evil force entered my body and it took me thousands of years to refine it. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. Thousands of years. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This was too ridiculous. Thousands of years to refine it? We don't dare to face the blood puppet. Ancestral dragon Black Dragon sighed. One of the problems? What other problems are there? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Take a look for yourself. Ancestral Black Dragon Ancestor pointed. There was a puddle of flesh. It was the blood puppet that Yi Zhong had killed with a single punch. Madman, S's blood. It's blood. Suddenly, their pupils shrank abruptly. They saw that the flesh and blood slowly flowed like flowing water and finally merged together. As the flesh and blood merged, The blood puppet that was killed by Yizhong appeared in front of them again. In other words, it was reborn. How is this possible? Madman and Qin Feiyang were dumbfounded. This is the most terrifying thing about the blood puppet. They can't be killed. As long as there is a little bit of flesh and blood left, they can be reborn. Yizhong said. Can't be killed, Qin Feiyang murmured. In his mind, a person suddenly appeared. This person was Zhuge Mingyang. Until now, he still remembered that Zhuge Mingyang cultivated some kind of undying demon technique, which allowed him to be reborn after being killed. This kind of situation was the most troublesome. Then let's completely destroy his flesh and blood, not leaving a single drop. Let's see how he can be reborn. Madman said in a deep voice. But you have to know that this isn't the only blood puppet in Fallen Valley. Yizhong shook his head and sighed. He made a move and punched the blood puppet again. The blood puppet had no consciousness and wasn't afraid of death at all. It pounced at Yizhong ferociously. Boom! The blood puppet shattered again. Following closely, Yizhong released the law of fire and burned all the flesh and blood. Let's retreat. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon looked around and shook his head regretfully. It looked like he had given up. Retreat? Madman frowned. Otherwise, if we don't quickly refine the evil force in our body, our divine soul will be eroded sooner or later. And to refine this evil force, it will take at least a few thousand years. Our trip to the Infernal King Hell has come to an end. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon sighed. Over? The Chief Pavilion Master looked dazed. After suffering so much humiliation and entering Fallen Valley, it ended just like that? She found it hard to accept this result. As for Qin Feiyang, he also looked at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon in a daze. This sudden sentence made him unable to adapt to it. He finally realized why Yizhong and the others were so afraid of the blood puppet. They weren't afraid of the blood puppet, but the current situation. Once the evil force of Fallen Valley invaded their body, it was equivalent to declaring the end. Madman pondered and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang. Give me your hand. Why? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Let me try. Can I absorb the evil force in your body? Madman said. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Madman. Qin Feiyang was also stunned and raised his arm. Madman grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and divine power flowed from his palm into Qin Feiyang's body. Absorb. When the divine power filled Qin Feiyang's body, Madman roared and the divine power in Qin Feiyang's body immediately rushed toward the evil force. Qin Feiyang was also observing the situation inside his body. He was surprised to find that Madman's divine power instantly devoured the evil force. It works. Madman's eyes lit up. After devouring all the evil force, the divine power quickly returned to Madman's body. How is it? Yizhong and the others looked nervously at Madman. Madman shook his head and sighed. This. Yizhong and the others froze and their expressions were filled with disappointment. Madman looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. I'm just teasing you. I can devour it. Can. The group of people was stunned for a moment before glaring at the madman. Bastard, how can you joke about this? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon roared. Just livening up the atmosphere. Madman grinned. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon rolled his eyes. Yizhong and the others also wished they could give the madman a good beating. However, this was great news for them. Madman could directly devour the evil force in their bodies and they didn't have to worry about being corroded by the evil force. Then they could continue to search for treasures in Fallen Valley. For us dragons, he is really a lucky star. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon sighed. The other Ancestral Dragons also secretly agreed. Although they didn't like Madman, it was undeniable that Madman's existence was indispensable to them dragons. Madman was destined to become the person who changed the fate of the dragons. Come. All of you, line up for me and wait for me to pamper you. Madman grinned. Pamper? Everyone's mouth twitched. If this was heard by outsiders, they would probably think that they had some unspeakable relationship. He was indeed a jerk who didn't know what to do. So, the evil force in Yizhong, the ancestral dragons, and the beast emperors were all devoured by Madman. In the end, only the chief pavilion lord was left. But looking at the chief pavilion lord, Madman didn't make a move and his face was full of ridicule. Little Madman, don't go too far. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragons secretly said. Master, this disciple doesn't feel comfortable hearing this. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others? Madman was dissatisfied. Shameless. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon rolled his eyes at him. What do you want now? The chief pavilion lord looked at Madman gloomily. I am very curious, what does your face hidden in the fog look like? Madman said. From the beginning until now, the chief pavilion master had been shrouded in a layer of mist. Therefore, neither Qin Feiyang nor Madman knew her true appearance. Hearing this, the chief pavilion lord fell silent. Qin Feiyang was also slightly taken aback by Madman's question. Then he noticed that Yi Zhong, the ancestral dragons, and even the beast emperor and Wang Ming were all staring at the chief pavilion lord curiously. What was going on? Could it be that even these people had never seen the chief pavilion lord's true appearance? If that was the case, then there was a problem. After all, Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons were all top powerhouses in Divine Land, and their status was not inferior to the chief pavilion lords at all. And the beast emperor was the chief pavilion lord's ally. Wang Ming and Yang Li were also subordinates of the chief pavilion lord and the beast emperor. If they hadn't seen the chief pavilion lord's true appearance even with such a relationship, who would believe that there was no problem? Yi Zhong's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, then you can reveal your true appearance. Damn, I really don't know. Qin Feiyang muttered in disbelief and said telepathically, Master, you really haven't seen her true appearance. No. I'm afraid that in this world, the only person who has seen her true appearance is Long Zun. Yi Zhong thought to himself. That's too mysterious. Qin Feiyang muttered, the curiosity in his eyes growing. Who knew what the chief pavilion lord was thinking about with his face shrouded in mist? But the atmosphere was very heavy. Suddenly, the chief pavilion lord said, we will withdraw from Fallen Valley. What? You'd rather withdraw from Fallen Valley than reveal your true appearance. Everyone was stunned. What kind of face was hidden under the mist? Why was the chief pavilion lord so afraid of others seeing her true appearance? With that, the chief pavilion lord actually turned around and walked out of the barrier. Qin Feiyang asked telepathically, Senior Brother Madman, do you have any thoughts? Of course. The more this woman is like this, the more interested I am. Madman laughed inwardly and said disdainfully, don't worry, I was just joking. Do you think I'm really interested in an old witch like you? The chief pavilion lord suddenly turned around and stared at Madman. I'm warning you, don't speak rudely again. Okay. Madman waved his hand and said, come over, I'll help you absorb the evil power. The chief pavilion lord was silent for a moment, then slowly walked in front of Madman and raised his arm. Madman also raised his hand and grabbed the chief pavilion lord's wrist. At that moment, a cold chill came from the chief pavilion lord's skin. This skin is pretty good, isn't it an old witch? Madman muttered and even rubbed it a few times in enjoyment. Chapter 2671. He didn't feel any wrinkles on the chief pavilion master's skin. Tender. Delicate. Just like the skin of a young woman. What are you doing? The chief pavilion master noticed Madman's abnormality and immediately said angrily. Nothing. Madman shook his head and quickly devoured the divine power in the chief pavilion master's body. The chief pavilion master also shook off Madman's hand. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and said, Senior Martial Brother Frenzy, you look like you're enjoying yourself. Cuff. Madman's face turned red and he said, you don't say, this woman shouldn't be ugly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I thought it was because she was ugly that she didn't dare to show her true face. But now it seems there should be another reason. Madman said. Another reason, Qin Feiyang whispered. Then what reason could it be? There's no rush now, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Madman laughed secretly and then looked at Yi Zhong and the others. Let's continue. When they encountered the blood puppets, Yi Zhong and the others weren't so worried anymore. Madman helped them devour the evil power anyway. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. The group had already gone more than 100 miles into Fallen Valley. Everywhere they went, they didn't let go of any divine artifacts or divine arts. There were already hundreds of divine artifacts and hundreds of divine arts in Madman's universe ring. And the lowest level was legendary. However, they didn't encounter a single divine artifact. They couldn't help but wonder if Fallen Valley really had a heaven-defying divine item. And the number of blood puppets they encountered along the way was no less than 200 or 300. Qin Feiyang was fine as long as he was responsible for finding treasures. But Madman was busy. Every time they encountered a blood puppet, the barrier would break. And every time the barrier broke, he would have to help everyone devour the evil power. But it seemed that devouring this evil power would bring him great benefits. Because Qin Feiyang noticed that Madman's cultivation would improve every time he devoured the evil power. It's been more than half a month, why don't we take a break? Madman can also recover his godly power. Ancestral Dragon suggested. From the looks of it, she felt sorry for Lunatic. All right. Yi Zhong nodded. They were fine, but they were afraid that the madman would use up too much of his godly power. The group scanned their surroundings and entered a small valley nearby. Black Dragon Ancestral Gragon immediately took out a huge pile of god power pellets and god crystals and placed them in front of Madman. He said, "Hurry up and absorb them. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Madman chuckled as he sat on the ground and madly absorbed the energy of the god power pellet and the god art. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ancestral dragon. This ancestral dragon really treated the madman as his precious treasure and was afraid that he would tire him out. At this rate, the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon would definitely bring Madman to the Divine Dragon Island after leaving the Underworld King's Hell. If Madman could enter the Divine Dragon Island, it would be a good thing for him. Because at that time, Madman would be able to get close to the Dragon Sovereign and the Dragon God, and from there, find out the true strength of the Dragon God. Right now, Qin Feiyang no longer cared about the other dragons. Even the Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons didn't give him as much pressure as before. The only thing he was afraid of now was the Ice Dragon. He had experienced the strength of the Ice Dragon more than once. It was definitely an invincible existence. The most important thing was, the Ice Dragon and the Golden Small Beast had a very good relationship. If the little golden beast were to attack him as well, it would be a disaster for him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang turned his head and scanned the surrounding valley. This valley was very calm. There shouldn't be any blood puppets. Right now. He also took out god crystals and adjusted his state. Wait! But suddenly, he glanced at Madman. Madman's godly power had already turned into evil power. How could he still absorb the energy of god crystals and god power pellets? When he secretly asked Madman, Madman also expressed that he didn't know. To tell the truth, Qin Feiyang was quite envious of Madman's current situation. Not only could he absorb evil power, he could also absorb the energy of god crystals and god power pellets. This meant that, just in this aspect alone, the Madman was superior to the others. If he didn't use soul stones, Madman's cultivation speed would definitely be many times faster than his. Dong! Just as everyone was adjusting their state, there was suddenly a series of deafening footsteps outside. At this moment, the ground trembled with the sound of the footsteps. In an instant, everyone opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the footsteps. The footsteps were still very far away. The evil power was also very strong. They couldn't see the owner of the footsteps with the naked eye. However, judging from the sound of its footsteps, it must be an extremely large blood puppet. Be on guard, Yi Zhong said in a low voice. Other than Madman, everyone got up and surrounded Madman to protect him. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. This small valley began to shake. Gravel rolled down as if it was about to collapse. However, the owner of the footsteps didn't seem to notice them and walked straight past the valley. Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Although they didn't see the owner of the footsteps, they felt a terrifying aura. Grand Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm. Although they had encountered many blood puppets in the past half a month, none of them had surpassed the Grand Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm. Although there was only a small difference between the Grand Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm and the Grand Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm, their strength was completely different. Even they didn't want to face such a blood puppet. Dong. However, just as everyone relaxed, the footsteps suddenly paused and started walking towards them again. Everyone was surprised. Boom. Suddenly, a giant foot descended from the sky. The mountain peak on the left side of the small valley was immediately crushed by this foot. Immediately after, a huge figure appeared outside the barrier. Blood Demon Race. Yi Zhong and the others looked at the figure and couldn't help but turn pale. Madman, let's go! Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon shouted. That's right. That giant was a blood demon. It was 50 meters tall and emitted a monstrous aura. Isn't it just a blood demon puppet? What are you afraid of? Madman was puzzled. You don't understand. This blood demon puppet can transform even before nighttime. Yi Zhong shouted. What? It can transform even before nighttime. Madman was dazed. Qin Feiyang's eyes also trembled. They had known the blood demon race for a long time. Of course, they knew how strong the transformed blood demon race was. And this blood demon in front of them was 50 meters tall, which meant that his strength was on the same level as the lord of the mysterious heaven ancient city, the one-eyed giant. Because the one-eyed giant was also 50 meters tall. Qin Feiyang still remembered how powerful the one-eyed giant was after transforming. Even when facing the self-destruction of a Grand Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm, it could easily block it. Let's go! Madman didn't dare to hesitate and immediately got up. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon personally took Madman out of the small valley and fled into the distance. Yi Zhong also swept up Qin Feiyang and followed closely behind Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon and Madman. The Beast Emperor, the Chief Pavilion Master, the other Ancestral Dragons, and Wang Ming naturally didn't dare to be careless. Boom! When the blood demon puppet saw the group of people, its eyes instantly flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Moreover, under Qin Feiyang and Madman's incredulous gazes, it actually took a mysterious step. And this step was a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. No way! The blood demon puppet knows how to use divine arts. The two were dumbfounded. Otherwise, why do you think we're running? It can be said that this blood demon puppet is even more terrifying than the blood demon race. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. This was the truth. Although the blood demon race was strong, it was easier to kill. And it could only transform at night. But the blood demon puppet, it could transform at any time, and even if it was killed, as long as there was a bit of flesh and blood left, it could be reborn. So, facing the blood demon puppet, they should avoid it as much as possible. But this blood demon puppet didn't seem to have any intention of letting them go as it chased after them. Wherever it went, mountains collapsed and the earth collapsed, leaving behind huge footprints. Yi Zhong, the Chief Pavilion Master, the Beast Emperor, and the other ancestral dragons all used auxiliary divine arts when they saw that the situation wasn't good. I hope it doesn't transform. Otherwise, after it transforms, its speed will increase greatly, and we can only fight it. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said in a deep voice. Speak of the devil. As soon as the black-clothed Ancestral Dragon said this, the blood demon puppet suddenly roared. Its huge body suddenly expanded wildly, and blood-red hair grew all over its body. In just a moment, its body became 500 meters tall like a giant blood-red ape, emitting a violent aura. The two of you stay here. The rest of you follow me out and quickly get rid of it. Yi Zhong decisively put down Qin Feiyang, rushed out of the barrier, and charged toward the giant blood-red ape. And when he rushed out of the barrier, he waved his old hand, and a divine barrier appeared, enveloping the madman, Qin Feiyang, and the madman's barrier. Although the barrier he set up couldn't stop the evil power from seeping in, it could block the fluctuations of the battle. In this way, with the protection of Wang Ming and the other ancestral dragon, even if they fought at close range, Qin Feiyang and the madman wouldn't be affected. The Beast Emperor, the Chief Pavilion Master, and the 8 ancestral dragons definitely wouldn't dare to be careless. Almost at the same time that Yizhong went out, they also rushed out of the barrier. Escape? That was already unrealistic. Because once the blood demon puppet transformed, it was impossible to escape. As for the evil power in Fallen Valley, they didn't have to worry about it with the madman around. The reason for that was because they had entered the Fallen Valley before. With their strength, they were only able to last for an hour inside the evil force. As long as they could end the battle in this half an hour, return to the barrier, and let the madman devour the evil power, then their lives wouldn't be in danger. Boom. The battle began. No one dared to be sloppy. They directly evolved their supreme-level divine arts and charged toward the blood demon puppet. Qin Feiyang, what do you think? Why don't we just kill them right here? The madman looked at the battlefield with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 2672. How? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and looked at him curiously. Simple. As long as we turn around and leave now, they will naturally die in Fallen Valley. The madman snickered. Ruthless. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He shook his head and said regretfully, but it's useless. Useless? The madman frowned. We've only ventured a little more than 100 miles into Fallen Valley. Given their cultivation, leaving Fallen Valley is as easy as taking a step or lifting a leg. At that time, they will at most be corroded by the evil power and won't be in danger of losing their lives. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That makes sense. The madman nodded. The most important thing is that even if we kill them here, they won't die. After all, they left their souls outside. So there's not much meaning in doing this. Instead, it will expose us. Of course, if this dragon god didn't suddenly jump out, it doesn't matter. But now, this dragon god has returned. We must prepare a countermeasure in advance. And my initial plan is to continue hiding and see if we can enter Divine Dragon Island. Because after entering Divine Dragon Island, we will be able to get close to the dragon god. Even if we can't get close to the dragon god, we can still get close to the dragons and princess. The dragons and princess are his wife and daughter. They definitely know him better than us. Only by understanding him will we have a chance to defeat him. Qin Feiyang said. The madman asked, so now, you don't plan to kill them? Of course we will. Although we can't completely kill them, destroying their bodies and souls will buy us a lot of time. After all, their cultivation is so high. It will take a long time to reconstruct their bodies and souls. But we have to use them to find treasures in Fallen Valley first. As you can see, the blood puppets here don't recognize anyone. Especially the blood demon puppets. Without their help, we won't be able to move an inch. Qin Feiyang said. Isn't there still King Yu and the others? Madman asked. What if we encounter a fatal crisis? What should we do? If King Yu and the others died in battle to protect us, would you feel good? It definitely won't feel good. Self-blame, guilt, uneasy conscience. But the General Pavilion Master, the Beast Emperor, and the dragons are different. It doesn't matter even if I die. In short, there's free labor and we won't lose anything. Why don't we use it? Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Brat, you're really treacherous. When the madman heard this, his eyes were filled with disdain. Same here. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Crazy guy said in disdain, don't talk about me, I'm not as cunning as you. You're all thinking of killing them. How can you not be sinister? Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. Madman laughed dryly and looked up at the black dragon ancestral dragon on the battlefield. He roared, Master, do your best. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Look. On one hand he was thinking of harming others and on the other hand he was cheering for others. If this wasn't sinister, then what was? Battlefield. 11 pinnacle ultimate powerhouses continued to bombard the blood demon puppets. Even the blood demon puppets on the same level as the Cyclops found it difficult to resist. 100 breaths. The blood demon puppets were blasted into pieces, their flesh and blood obliterated. After the battle ended, the 11 of them didn't dare to delay and immediately entered the barrier. Master, you're mighty. Crazy guy chuckled. So many of us joined forces to deal with a blood demon puppet, and it actually took us 100 breaths to deal with it. Mighty Myas. Black Dragon, Ancestral Dragon cursed. The expressions of the others were also quite ugly. The strength of the blood demon puppets was completely beyond their imagination. Fortunately, there was only one blood demon puppet. If there were 8 or 10 of them, they would probably be the ones to suffer. It's also very powerful, okay? If it were me or Li Bu, it might have directly killed us with a slap. Crazy Guy said. That's true. Ancestral Dragon smiled. After Crazy Guy devoured the evil power in their bodies one by one, he prepared to leave the battlefield. Because the fluctuations of the battle might attract a large number of blood demon puppets. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have caught a blood shadow in the blood mist in front of him, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Crazy Guy looked at him suspiciously. Why is there a blood shadow? Qin Feiyang muttered. Could it be that there was some kind of living being in this fallen valley? But that was impossible. Because even the blood demon didn't dare to enter, how could there be other living beings? It must be an illusion. Did you discover something? Yi Zhong and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Then let's hurry up and leave. Lest the blood demon puppets are attracted over. That would be troublesome. Yi Zhong said. Everyone nodded. After such a commotion, everyone was no longer in the mood to rest and hurriedly went to search for treasures. The group restrained their auras and slowly went deeper. Along the way, they encountered many divine arts and divine artifacts. They also encountered blood demon puppets frequently. 2 months later, they were 300 miles deep into the fallen valley. After searching for so many days, even Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons couldn't help but feel tired. In fact, they were tired and anxious. Because until now, they hadn't even encountered a single heaven-defying divine artifact. Originally, before they came in, they all had great expectations. But as the days passed, they didn't even find a single heaven-defying divine artifact. This was a kind of torture for them. Suddenly, Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon waved his hand and stopped, looking ahead in surprise. Everyone thought that they had encountered another blood demon puppet, so they all slammed on the brakes, their faces full of vigilance. There seems to be an aura of a seal? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon muttered. An aura of a seal. Qin Feiyang and Crazy Guy's eyes suddenly trembled. If there was an aura of a seal, didn't that mean that they had encountered a heaven-defying divine artifact? They hurriedly sensed carefully. After a short while, the two clenched their hands, and there was indeed an aura of a seal in the void. Over here, let's go over and take a look. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon pointed to the left, and after speaking, he hurriedly ran over. Yi Zhong and the others also couldn't wait to follow. What's going on? From the looks of it, they seem to know that there is a heaven-defying divine artifact with a seal. Crazy Guy transmitted his voice. It's not their first time in the Nether King's hell. What's so strange about them knowing? What we need to do now is to not let these heaven-defying divine artifacts fall into their hands. Qin Feiyang thought. What's there to think about? We have already agreed in advance that the first heaven-defying divine artifact will belong to me. Crazy Guy said. You really believe it? Qin Feiyang was speechless. What? They dare to lie to me? Crazy Guy was satisfied and disdainful. I know what you are capable of. Without you, they won't be able to continue searching for treasures in the Fallen Valley. And Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons will definitely not go back on their words. After all, their goal isn't 1 or 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts, but to search the entire Fallen Valley. But the Chief Pavilion Lord is different. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone. Tell me, Crazy Guy said. Why did the dragons bring her along? It's very simple. The dragons don't really treat her as an ally, just like how we are using the dragons now, purely because of her strength and want her to be a free laborer. She is also very clear about this point. Not to mention 1 or 2, even if she finds 100 heaven-defying divine artifacts, the dragons won't let her get one. And everyone here, except for the Beast Emperor, is her opponent. But the Beast Emperor won't help her openly. In other words, she's all alone. You can imagine her situation. If there is a chance to obtain a heaven-defying divine artifact, do you think she will be lenient? She definitely won't be lenient. She will definitely snatch it and then leave the fallen valley to hide and refine the evil force in her body. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. She dares. If she does this, she will definitely anger the dragons. At that time, not only her, but the entire treasure pavilion will be destroyed because of her stupid actions. Crazy Guy said, "Big brother, do you think the value of a heaven-defying divine artifact can't be compared to the treasure pavilion?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. Crazy Guy was stunned. Thinking about it, it made sense. Although the treasure pavilion's forces were spread throughout the ancient world and had endless wealth, it really couldn't be compared to a heaven-defying divine artifact. Because the value of a heaven-defying divine artifact was reflected in its combat power. This was something that nothing could replace. If he had to choose, he would also choose a heaven-defying divine artifact instead of the treasure pavilion. A heaven-defying divine artifact is the greatest existence in this world apart from the sovereign weapon. Every heaven-defying divine artifact has the ability to destroy heaven and earth. If the Chief Pavilion Lord really gets a heaven-defying divine artifact, it might even cause the dragons to be afraid and not dare to attack her. Because if they really go all out, a heaven-defying divine artifact is enough to make the dragons pay a heavy price. After all, the dragons don't even have a single heaven-defying divine artifact. The only sovereign divine weapon, but it's not something they can control. Qin Feiyang thought. Makes sense. Looks like we do have to be wary of her. Crazy Guy muttered. At the same time, the Beast Emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. His eyes flickered as he transmitted his voice. Cloud Supreme, if there really is a heaven-defying divine artifact later, you must snatch it. Snatch? The Chief Pavilion Lord was shocked. Don't worry. The Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts have been snatched away by Qin Feiyang. The dragons today are not as strong as before. Even if you snatch the heaven-defying divine artifact, as long as you can return to the divine land alive, the dragons won't dare to do anything to you. The Beast Emperor thought. The Chief Pavilion Lord pondered for a while and asked secretly, "What about you?" "I definitely can't make a move. After all, it wasn't easy for me to gain Longzuan's trust." The Beast Emperor transmitted his voice. "But," the Chief Pavilion Lord replied secretly with a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 2673. A moment passed. A square appeared in the blood mist in front of them. The square was about 50 to 60 feet tall, and there was a stone pillar several meters tall in the middle. And at the top of the stone pillar, there was a long iron box. The iron box was about 2 meters long and 1 foot wide. There was no brilliance in the whole body, and it looked extremely ordinary. But Qin Feiyang looked at the iron box, and his eyes flickered. Because the seal aura they sensed came from this iron box. Obviously, inside the iron box was a heaven-defying artifact. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. After working hard for so long, I finally found a heaven-defying artifact. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons were also overjoyed. The Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor were also full of smiles, but there was a trace of coldness hidden under their smiles. However, although they were excited, they did not lose their minds. And no one rushed towards the square. Because there was a group of blood puppets on all sides of the square. That's right. Not 1 or 2, but a group, a total of 500 to 600. And these blood puppets were all at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang suppressed the excitement in his heart and gradually frowned. What's wrong? Yi Zhong was stunned and turned to look at him suspiciously. Everyone knows that these blood puppets have no consciousness. Logically speaking, they should be the same as the blood puppets we encountered before, wandering around Fallen Valley like ghosts. But the blood puppets here, they are actually gathered together and wandering around the square. Looking at them, it seems more like they are guarding the iron box, Qin Feiyang pondered. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. That's right. Why was it like this? Qin Feiyang said, this feeling, as if someone is secretly controlling them? Speaking of this. Then, he recalled the blood shadow that he had accidentally captured back then. Could it be that it was not an illusion at that time? Were there really living creatures in Fallen Valley? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang could not help but feel a chill down his spine. The danger of Fallen Valley was obvious to all. How terrifying were the living creatures that could survive here? Control. When Yi Zhong and the others heard Qin Feiyang's words, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. If there really was someone controlling these blood puppets from the shadows, then this person, he didn't dare to think about it. They really didn't dare to think about it anymore. Li Bu-er, you are just exaggerating. This might just be a coincidence. The Beast Emperor suddenly said. I hope it's just a coincidence. Qin Feiyang muttered. There's no point in thinking so much. Let's hurry up and attack. The Chief Pavilion Master said. That's right. Are we going to give up just because someone is manipulating us from the shadows? I believe that no one wants to give up. The Beast Emperor added. Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons took a deep breath. That was right. Even if someone was controlling these blood puppets, they still had to fight for them. Furthermore, this was just Li Buer's imagination and could not be taken seriously. Let's end this quickly, Yi Zhong shouted. Immediately, the 11 overlords rushed out of the enchantment and charged towards the blood puppets. Just like last time, Yi Zhong set up another enchantment outside Qin Feiyang to ensure their safety. Boom! The battle began. 500 to 600 blood puppets were like a group of cold-blooded devils. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirst as they pounced towards the 11 people. All kinds of divine arts clashed in the air. Boom! Crack! The ground around them collapsed and sank. However, the square was still intact. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist approached the battlefield and watched this scene. Qin Feiyang suddenly asked, Senior brother mad scientist, did you notice a strange phenomenon? What strange phenomenon? The mad scientist was suspicious. I remember that when we fought with the blood demon last time, it seemed to be in this direction too. But why weren't the blood puppets here alerted when they were so close? Also, logically speaking, given the cultivation of Yi Zhong's group and the blood demon puppets, the ripples of their battle should have spread to half of Fallen Valley. But when we first came here, there were no traces of damage. But it's only 200 miles away. Is that normal? Qin Feiyang frowned. The mad scientist was dazed for a moment and then nodded. Now that you mention it, it's a bit strange. Is there something else hidden in Fallen Valley? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he suddenly said, let's retreat. Retreat? The mad scientist paused and asked, prepare to kill them? What are you thinking about? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, I thought of a possibility, so I want to test it out. But the mad scientist nodded and started to retreat with Qin Feiyang. Wang Ming and the mad scientist followed the two of them to protect them. 1 mile, 2 miles, 5 miles. When they retreated 5 kilometers away, a trace of astonishment appeared on their faces. Because when they retreated here, they couldn't hear the sound of Yi Zhong's group and the blood demon puppets fighting, nor could they feel the ripples of the battle. In other words, the sound and ripples of the battle could only travel 10 miles at most. No way. Although they're suppressing their cultivation, they're still at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. If a battle between experts of this level were to take place outside, even if they were millions of miles away, they would be able to sense it clearly. The mad scientist was shocked. It seems that Fallen Valley can suppress the ripples of battle. It should have something to do with the evil power here. Qin Feiyang said. Because this was the only explanation. The evil power in Fallen Valley was completely different from the evil power outside. The evil power. The mad scientist scanned the blood mist outside the barrier and said, there's something I haven't told you yet. What is it? Qin Feiyang paused. The mad scientist said, something in Fallen Valley seems to be summoning me. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. I don't know what's summoning me, but I feel very close and it seems to be very important to me. The mad scientist shook his head, his face full of confusion. Qin Feiyang asked. Where does the power that's summoning you come from? The depths. The mad scientist said. The depths? Qin Feiyang looked at the depths of Fallen Valley. Although he couldn't see anything, he believed the mad scientist's words. Since the mad scientist said there was, then there must be. However, Madman's various actions were indeed inconceivable. Not only could he absorb the evil power outside, he could even absorb the unusual evil power in Fallen Valley. Could the mad scientist really be related to the Nether King Hell? Wait. I remember that before entering the Nether King Hell, you said that someone told you that if you have the chance to enter the Nether King Hell, you must come and take a look? Qin Feiyang asked. It's the old senior who taught me the heaven-defying technique. The mad scientist nodded. Who is he? Qin Feiyang was curious. I don't know who he is. I only heard his voice, but I have never seen him in person. The mad scientist seemed to be hiding something. Qin Feiyang saw it but didn't expose him. This was because everyone had a little secret in their heart. For example, himself. The Shadowless who had been secretly helping him, encouraging him, and teaching him was the secret in his heart. Therefore, the mad scientist wasn't willing to say and he couldn't force him. Since this person asked you to come to the Nether King Hell, could it be that he already expected you to be able to absorb the evil power? Qin Feiyang asked. I really haven't heard him mention it. I always thought that the reason why I can absorb the evil power in the Nether King Hell is because of the heaven-defying technique that I cultivate. But when I entered Fallen Valley, I realized that it shouldn't be that simple. The mad scientist frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You really have a lot of secrets. I am also quite puzzled. The mad scientist smiled bitterly. I reckon that the only one who knows the truth and can explain it clearly is the old senior who taught you the heaven-defying technique. Qin Feiyang said. The mad scientist nodded. Don't think too much. Instead, we have to go deeper. When we reach the depths, we will naturally know what is summoning you. Let's keep an eye on the Chief Pavilion Master first. Don't let her snatch that divine item. Qin Feiyang said. Don't even think about it. The mad scientist snorted coldly and quickly approached the battlefield with Qin Feiyang and Wang Ming. It had to be said. Yi Zhong and the others were indeed very strong. In such a short time, more than half of the 500 to 600 blood puppets had been slaughtered by them. Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor even activated the Law of Fire. All the blood puppets that were killed were immediately burned by the Law of Fire, not giving them any chance to revive. Another short while passed. Finally, not a single blood puppet was left. They were all killed. Although these blood puppets are not as good as the blood demon puppets, they are still troublesome to deal with. Yi Zhong shook his head. Everyone nodded. Immediately after, everyone stared at the iron box on the stone pillar in the center of the square, their faces full of greed. Crack, boom. However, at this moment, the ground under everyone's feet suddenly began to shatter. Accompanied by a series of ruthless roars, 10 huge figures rushed out from the ground. Blood demon puppets. Everyone turned pale with fright. That's right. The ones that suddenly rushed out from the ground were the blood demon puppets. Moreover, the lowest height was 40 meters. The tallest blood demon puppet was even 60 meters tall. The total of 10. How could they fight against 10 blood demon puppets? The mad scientist roared. Kill them before they transform. His words woke everyone up. Immediately, Yi Zhong and the others pounced on the 10 blood demon puppets. Yi Zhong and the 8 ancestral dragons each took one. The Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master joined forces to kill one of the blood demon puppets. Because there were only 10 blood demon puppets. On Yi Zhong's side, there were a total of 11 people. If the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor could quickly kill one of them, it would be a good thing for everyone. However, the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Without waiting for them to attack, the 10 blood demon puppets instantly transformed. Their bodies that were hundreds of meters tall were like ancient giants, emitting a violent and fierce aura. Boom! After transforming, the 10 blood demon puppets waved their mountain-like fists and smashed towards Yi Zhong and the others. Chapter 2674. Boom. In the face of the 10 blood demon puppets' punches, even though Yi Zhong and the others had evolved a supreme-level divine art in order to kill them in one blow, they were still no match for the 10 blood demon puppets. Even when the supreme-level divine art smashed into the 10 blood demon puppets' fists, it didn't cause them to retreat a single step. On the contrary, the supreme-level divine art of Yi Zhong and the others was shattered by the 10 blood demon puppets' fists. That was right. Just one punch was enough to shatter the supreme-level divine art of Yi Zhong and the others. Furthermore, that huge fist, that terrifying power, suddenly landed on their bodies. Poof! Immediately, Yi Zhong and the others were sent flying and smashed into the mountain behind them, blood gushing out of their mouths. In just one round, Yi Zhong and the others were seriously injured. Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master would be better off. After all, it was 2 against 1. But even so, their faces were as pale as paper. The situation isn't good. Madman's gaze darkened. Qin Feiyang also nodded. When they first encountered the blood demon puppets, Yi Zhong and the others could easily deal with them because there was only one. Think about it. If 11 people working together couldn't even deal with one blood demon puppet, would they still be the strongest existences in the ancient world? But now, there were a total of 10 blood demon puppets. This was almost a one-on-one situation. Even Yi Zhong and the others didn't have much confidence. Young Lord, why don't Yang Li and I go and help them? Wang Ming asked telepathically. Wang Ming and Yang Li had been guarding Qin Feiyang the whole time. This was their duty. They didn't need to care about anything else. They just needed to protect Qin Feiyang. But the current situation was already beyond what Yi Zhong and the others could handle. Thus, they couldn't sit back and do nothing. Don't make a move. After all, Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master know your methods like the back of their hands. In short, I didn't ask you to make a move, so just stay by my side obediently. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The two replied respectfully. He then looked at Yi Zhong and the others. They got up from the ground one after another. His head and face were covered in dust, and he looked extremely miserable. His complexion turned even uglier. Who would have thought that there would be 10 blood demon puppets lying in ambush here? Wait a minute. Ambush? Blood puppets had no consciousness, so how could they possibly set up an ambush? Could it be, was it really as Qin Feiyang had said, that someone was controlling these blood puppets from behind the scenes? Thinking of this, the group of people couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts as they hurriedly scanned their surroundings. However, he didn't find anyone suspicious in his surroundings. He didn't sense any unfamiliar aura either. The Beast Emperor's gaze flickered as he transmitted his voice. Supreme Cloud, this is our chance. Quick. Understood. The Chief Pavilion Master secretly responded and shouted, You guys hold them back, I'll go get the iron box. After saying that, the Chief Pavilion Master rushed toward the iron box. Regarding this, Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons did not suspect anything. In their opinion, the Chief Pavilion Master did not have the guts to act recklessly. Boom! They released their auras and charged toward the 10 blood demon puppets with the Beast Emperor. However, Qin Feiyang and Madman had cold smiles in their eyes. Sure enough, they were right. What's the plan? Madman thought. We definitely can't expose her now. Because when confronted by Yi Zhong and the others, she can completely deny it. We have to wait until she escapes with the heaven-defying treasure before stopping her. This way, she won't be able to defend herself. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Then let's do it. Leave a clone here to confuse her. Madman smiled secretly, and a clone appeared. Qin Feiyang and Wang Ming also left a clone behind and then quietly retreated. The attention of the Beast Emperor, Yi Zhong, and the others was on the 10 blood demon puppets. The Chief Pavilion Master's attention was also on the iron box. Thus, no one noticed that the 4 of them had already left. Boom! Yi Zhong and the others clashed with the 10 blood demon puppets again. With their strength, it wasn't a problem for them to stall for a while. The Chief Pavilion Master had already flown to the top of the stone pillar and stared at the iron box close at hand with green light in his eyes. She stretched out her trembling hand and grabbed the iron box. As soon as the iron box was in her hand, she couldn't help but be overjoyed, and her gaze also glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others outside the battlefield. There was a hint of mockery in her eyes. So what if she wasn't afraid of the power of evil? Didn't the heaven-defying treasure still fall into her hands? In this day and age, one had to be smart. Everything else was meaningless. She glanced at Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons. A bunch of idiots. You guys can fight slowly. I'll take the heaven-defying treasure and leave first. Swish. The chief pavilion master retracted her gaze and looked around. Then she directly put away the iron box, turned around, and disappeared into the blood fog running out of Fallen Valley. HM? Seeing this, Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon god were stunned. She didn't come to help and left directly? They were definitely not stupid, and they quickly realized that she was trying to escape with the treasure. Escaping with the treasure in front of them? She must have eaten dog guts. Bastard! You're courting death! Yi Zhong and the others were furious. Ignoring the 10 blood demon puppets, they turned around and chased after the chief pavilion master. A hint of a smile flashed in the Beast Emperor's eyes, and he quickly chased after them. The 10 blood demon puppets also chased after them expressionlessly. Moreover, they were even faster than Yi Zhong and the others, who had also activated the supreme-level auxiliary divine technique. With this heaven-defying treasure, who will I be afraid of? Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, you guys probably wouldn't have thought that I would get a heaven-defying treasure so easily. The chief pavilion master ran quickly while laughing non-stop. He was so happy that flowers bloomed. The situation of the dragon-slaying palace was actually not too complicated. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang had been tolerating Supreme Cloud and the Beast Emperor because they could provide a lot of resources to the dragon-slaying palace. Resources were needless to say. They were indispensable to every force. It was the same. Supreme Cloud and the Beast Emperor were also very wary of Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. Because Qin Badian had a heaven-defying treasure. If resources were the foundation to maintain the normal operation of a force, then a heaven-defying treasure would be the backing of a force. It was also because of this heaven-defying treasure that the dragon-slaying palace had the qualifications to challenge the dragons. Therefore, these two parties were wary of each other. But it was different now. The chief pavilion master had obtained a heaven-defying treasure. When facing Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang again, he was naturally more confident than before. And from now on, he would have more say in the dragon-slaying palace. In short, the benefits that a heaven-defying divine artifact could bring were simply too much. You're courting death. How dare you snatch something that belongs to us, the dragons? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Stop right now and give us the treasure obediently. We can still forgive you. But if you continue to be stubborn, let me tell you, not only you, but even your treasure pavilion will be removed from the ancient realm. The various ancestral dragons roared from behind. With a heaven-defying treasure, why would I care about the treasure pavilion? Remove? Up to you. Besides, do you have the qualifications now? Don't forget that you dragons don't even have a single heaven-defying treasure now. The chief pavilion master sneered without turning his head. Alright, you asked for it? The black dragon ancestral dragon shouted. Huh, what's the point of saying so much? Catch up with me if you can. The chief pavilion master laughed. Using a supreme-level auxiliary technique, he swept out of Fallen Valley like lightning. Without the obstruction of the blood fog, his field of vision opened up. However, before the chief pavilion master could rejoice, a blood barrier suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him. What is this? The chief pavilion master turned pale with fright. Immediately after, his cultivation plummeted to the half-step 9th heaven realm. This, the chief pavilion master was stunned. This was so familiar. This was the domain of the blood demon. Why would the domain of the blood demon appear here? Hello. Suddenly, another mocking laughter rang out. The voice was also extremely familiar. The chief pavilion master's face became extremely ferocious. He suddenly looked up at the sky above the domain of the blood demon and saw 4 figures standing in the void above. It was Qin Feyang, Madman, and Wang Ming. The chief pavilion master roared, "How could you?" Qin Feyang smiled and said, "We have long seen through your little tricks." Hearing this, the chief pavilion master's face turned pale. "And, before you escaped just now, you must have specially looked at us and mocked us in your heart. I can even think of mocking us in your heart. But I'm sorry, that's just our clones." Madman grinned. "Clones?" The chief pavilion master's eyes trembled. Were these two little bastards human or ghost? Why were their brains so scary? Just now, she was still mocking the two of them. Only those with brains could survive in this world, and everything else was just floating clouds. But in the blink of an eye, she was slapped hard by the two of them. It turned out that she was the stupidest one. Boom! Suddenly, in Fallen Valley, the sound of battle rang out again. Qin Feyang and the other three looked up at Fallen Valley and frowned slightly. Obviously, Yi Zhong and the others were caught up by the 10 blood demon puppets, and the battle began again. After all, after transforming, the blood demon's strength and speed would increase greatly. And although Yi Zhong and the others had mastered a supreme auxiliary divine art, the 10 blood demon puppets must have it too. In other words, Yi Zhong and the others couldn't come out to kill the chief pavilion master now. Ha! Hearing the battle fluctuations, the chief pavilion master also laughed. As long as Yi Zhong and the others didn't come out, it was still an opportunity for her. And this opportunity was to eliminate Qin Feyang and Madman. Do you think you have the right to be arrogant just because Yi Zhong and the others haven't come out? Madman retracted his gaze and looked down at the chief pavilion master with contempt. Don't you have it? The chief pavilion master smiled coldly. If it's outside, then there is. But in hell, you're just at the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven's realm. Madman said. Great Perfection Ninth Heaven's realm? The chief pavilion master was slightly taken aback, and the sneer in his eyes deepened. I really hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth. Step back, I'll kill her. Boom. Madman's aura erupted, and he instantly rushed into the blood demon domain and punched at the chief pavilion master. Qin Feyang and Wang Ming really didn't make a move. They stood outside the blood demon domain and watched quietly. Chapter 2675. You really think you're something? The chief pavilion master snorted. Although Madman's cultivation had plummeted to the half-step ninth heaven's realm, he was only at the initial ninth heaven's realm. For her, it was nothing at all. Boom. A wave of water rolled out, exuding an apocalyptic aura. The law of water. The power of law is above all other powers. Madman might not be her opponent. Wang Ming transmitted his voice. No rush. If we really can't beat her, then we'll help. Qin Feyang said. Although he had sparred with Madman before, he didn't know much about his strength. Moreover, Madman rarely made a move. Generally, when he made a move, it was like crushing dry weeds. In such a situation, it was hard to see Madman's true strength. What he was most curious about was the blood demon art. Madman had once said that there was a fifth move, but until now, he had never seen it. Boom. The wave of water seemed to cover the sky and the earth as it rushed toward Madman. Madman didn't dodge at all and punched out. With a loud bang, Madman was actually forced back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, at the moment of collision, the law of water erupted with an apocalyptic aura, and the blood demon domain immediately collapsed. The chief pavilion master's cultivation also instantly recovered to the ninth heaven's realm. Oh no! Without the suppression of cultivation, Madman is even less likely to be her opponent. Yang Li exclaimed. Qin Feyang was silent. If Madman only had this much means, he definitely wouldn't dare to challenge the chief pavilion master. Your divine art has lost its effect. Let me see what else you have. The chief pavilion master smiled coldly. With her cultivation recovered to the ninth heaven's realm, she was naturally more confident. Sunflower Water God Cannon, Arrow Rain. With a point of her finger, divine power poured out like a waterfall, turning into countless water arrows that shattered the void and the earth. They were densely packed as they rushed toward Madman. The aura was terrifying beyond compare. This was a supreme grade deity art. But this. Madman didn't panic at all, and instead revealed a cynical smile. Boom! With a thought. The third move of the blood demon suddenly appeared. Bloodthirsty Demon King. His body was hundreds of feet tall, and he wore blood-red armor. He also held a blood-red halberd in his hand. He looked like a demon king. A monstrous murderous aura enveloped the entire area. Madman waved his hand, and Bloodthirsty Demon King immediately brandished the halberd in his hand, slashing through the sky towards the rain of arrows. Rumble! Clang! Immediately, a series of earth-shaking explosions resounded in this world. A destructive aura spread out in all directions. Within a few breaths, the Bloodthirsty Demon King shattered into pieces. Madman was also sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. One is at the minor success stage of the Nine Heavens realm, and the other is at the perfection stage of the Nine Heavens realm. The difference between their cultivations is simply too great. Wang Ming shook his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. The madman's blood demon art had indeed reached the supreme level. But as Wang Ming had said, the domain of the blood devil had lost its effect. Even if Madman had a supreme divine art, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Chief Pavilion Master. Because the difference in cultivation couldn't be made up for. You dare to be arrogant in front of me again and again with just this little strength? If it weren't for Yi Zhong and the others, I would have already killed you. However, I also have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to snatch this heaven-defying treasure. Chief Pavilion Master chuckled. Victory was in his hands. Aren't you being arrogant a little too early? Madman grinned. HM? Chief Pavilion Master raised his eyebrows. Why was he still acting so frivolous even now? His strength was right in front of him. Even if the divine art couldn't kill the other party, he still had the power of laws. Didn't the other party realize this? Show me what you have. Otherwise, when I make my move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Madman said. Inadvertently, he exuded a monstrous domineering aura. Courting death. Chief Pavilion Master was furious. How dare he look down on him? All of a sudden, the aura on her body changed drastically. A bone-piercing cold current broke out of her body and swept in all directions. The world suddenly turned into a cold winter. The cold current penetrated into the bone marrow, making Qin Feiyang and the others shiver. This is the second style of the Sunflower Water Temple, Ice Seal. The extreme of water, turning into ice. This style is more powerful than the previous one. Wang Ming secretly said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the sky. He found that it was actually snowing like goose feathers. It was as if it was really winter. Moreover, these snowflakes were beyond imagination. Each one was the size of an adult's palm, densely packed. But in an instant, the whole world turned white. The cold current entered the body, the limbs quickly stiffened, and even the blood was frozen. I seal. With a low shout from the Chief Pavilion Master, the snowflakes all over the sky rushed toward Madman. There wasn't a very strong aura, but it gave people a great sense of crisis. Boom! In an instant, Madman was drowned by the snowflakes. The moment the snowflakes met Madman, they melted and turned into terrifying cold air, drilling into Madman's body. The next moment, Madman turned into an ice sculpture. Young Lord, save him! Because if the Chief Pavilion Master destroys the ice sculpture now, Madman's body will also be shattered. At that time, even the gods won't be able to save him. Wang Ming secretly shouted. Qin Feiyang didn't speak, nor did he make a move. He had confidence in Madman. Since he dared to be so arrogant, he must have a way to deal with it. I really don't understand. What ability do you have to be so arrogant with me? The Chief Pavilion Master looked at the ice sculpture that Madman had turned into, his eyes full of contempt. Immediately after, she suddenly raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang, two cold lights bursting out of her eyes. Wash your neck clean, I'll kill you later. Kill me? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and said with a faint smile, wait until you kill Madman first. It's too easy for me to kill him now. Open your eyes wide and watch for me. The Chief Pavilion Master's murderous aura burst out, and she rushed to the ice sculpture that Madman had turned into and raised her hand to slap it. As long as the ice sculpture shattered, Madman's body would also shatter. She had used this move to kill who knew how many strong enemies, so she was full of confidence. However, just as she was about to slap it, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly emerged from the ice sculpture. With a crack, the ice on Madman's body immediately shattered. The Madman also appeared. The Chief Pavilion Master's body stiffened. He could actually break free? So cold. She looked at Madman again. He stood in place, holding his shoulders with both hands, his body shivering. His face was also pale. Although he had broken free, the cold current entered his body, making him feel an unprecedented cold. And the moment he was frozen, he really felt that he was going to die. Fortunately, he had a way to break the ice, otherwise he would really be killed by the Chief Pavilion Master. This is impossible. The Chief Pavilion Master shook her head. Her face was full of disbelief. A 9th heaven stage cultivator could actually break the ice? Even if Madman used a supreme level god art, it was impossible. Because the Sunflower Water God Cannon was also a supreme level god art. So strange, Qin Feiyang murmured. Looking at Madman's eyes, there seemed to be a trace of bewilderment. What strange? Wang Ming and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang didn't answer and kept staring at Madman. Don't dawdle. What other methods do you have? Hurry up and use them. Madman flexed his muscles and bones, looked at the Chief Pavilion Master who was close at hand, and laughed cruelly. Hearing this, the Chief Pavilion Master immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the palm that he hadn't slapped out before suddenly slapped at Madman's chest. Madman bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Suddenly, a set of blood-red armor appeared on his body, and a murderous aura filled the sky. The Chief Pavilion Master's palm actually didn't cause any harm to Madman when it hit the armor. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It had actually been upgraded to the supreme level? He had already seen the armor on Madman's body when they sparred on Turtle King Island. This wasn't a divine weapon, but a divine art. Compared to before, the armor had become even stronger, and had already reached the level of a supreme level god art. The Chief Pavilion Master's palm was just an ordinary palm, and naturally couldn't break the defense of the armor. You have quite a lot of methods. But so what? The power of laws can kill everything in seconds. The Chief Pavilion Master roared. The law of water appeared again, and a destructive aura swept out in all directions. Apart from the power of laws, what other methods do you have? Madman raised his eyebrows. Boom. A terrifying murderous aura erupted. Madman's long hair instantly turned blood red, as if a demon king had appeared. His pupils also seemed to be dyed in blood, and he emitted a shocking murderous aura. This murderous aura, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. This murderous aura was even more terrifying than when he activated the kill word art. And this murderous aura also gave him a very familiar feeling. The law of slaughter. That's right. The murderous aura that Madman exuded was exactly the same as Shweta and King Yu's law of slaughter. Madman had already mastered the law of slaughter? But how was this possible? Madman's cultivation was only at the 9 heavens realm. Besides, Madman had been with him ever since he entered Divine Land. Even if he had comprehended the law of slaughter, he should know about it. Wait a minute. Could it be that Madman was deliberately hiding it so that he could find a suitable opportunity to give him a surprise? At the same time, the Chief Pavilion Master, Wang Ming, and Yang Li were also bewildered. The law of slaughter? They didn't want to admit it. But at this moment, Madman's murderous aura, if it wasn't the law of slaughter, then what was it? I thought that as the Chief Pavilion Master, you should have a lot of methods, but I didn't expect you to only have the Sunflower Water God Cannon. You really made me look forward to it for nothing. The power of laws? In front of me, the power of laws that you've just entered is just a joke. Now, I'll let you experience the power of laws at the initial stage. As soon as Madman finished speaking, a monstrous blood light suddenly emerged and blasted toward the Chief Pavilion Master's law of water. The two great powers of laws collided with a loud bang. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the void collapsed. The chief pavilion master spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his entire body crashed into the ground behind him like a meteorite. Along with billowing dust and smoke, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared.